While the president said that it will be extended, we have no idea until when. We have no idea if the president will, as he has many times, change his position and go through with his threat to commit war crimes and bomb civilian infrastructure. So now is the time to act. We simply do not have any time to waste and see if an entire civilization will die because the president gets impatient. This entire war has been unnecessary, illegal, and unwise. And we need to put a check on this president before it gets even worse. Unfortunately, the president has shown us that he did not have a plan after day one. The president said that the war would be over in a matter of days. We are coming up on the 2-month mark with no real end in sight. And over the course of 50+ days, we have seen nothing short of a disaster. This war has caused irreparable damage to families, to the American people, to our standing in the world, and to our economy. We've lost 13 American service members, with hundreds of others injured, many seriously. Thousands of civilians have been killed, including many dozens of schoolgirls by an errant U.S. bomb. President Trump's war has delivered higher costs for Americans at the pump, with families paying more than $1 more per gallon since the war started. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that even the Trump administration is now admitting that those costs are going to be here to stay, given the mess they've created in the Strait of Hormuz. It's jacked up the cost of fertilizer and fuel for Wisconsin farmers. Soon enough, this will also mean higher costs at the checkout counter at the grocery store for families, as my farmers simply can't eat those costs. The cost of the war, which the administration won't even tell us outside of classified settings, is in the tens of billions of dollars, and the American taxpayers are footing the bill. Iran's resolve is hardened, and arguably so is its regime. And they are still in control of its enriched uranium. This war has taken us backwards and created more problems for the people that I work for. The American people have been crystal clear that they do not want this war. They want what they were promised from this president: lower costs and no foreign wars. They were sold a bad bill of goods and now are left cleaning it up. It's time for Congress to do its job and end this war now. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, today the Iranians claim to have seized 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz while firing on a third. The president has ordered the blockade of Iranian ports to continue, even as he announced a ceasefire, even as he backed off yet another apocalyptic threat. In short, we are approaching the end of the 2nd month of Trump's Iran war, and there is no end to the conflict or the confusion in sight. Sadly, there is little sense that a deal is in the offing or what that deal would look like, and whether our security will be any better if and when the president declares some kind of a Pyrrhic victory. But this much we know already. This war has come at a terrible cost. First and foremost, there has been the tragic loss of human lives. 13 of our service members have been killed, including Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan of California. Over 200 U.S. service members have been injured, some seriously. Our hearts go out to all of the families and communities from which they come. Scores of Iranian civilians have also been killed, including over 100 at a girls' school that appears to have been mistakenly bombed by the United States. There have also been casualties in Israel and the Gulf states, the total number of which is still unknown. Second, there is the economic cost to the American taxpayer to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, maybe when this conflict is over hundreds of billions of dollars. Every American family will already be asked to pay over $1,000 as their contribution to a war they did not want, which their representatives in Congress did not vote to approve. Just imagine what that means. For that price, America could have paid for universal pre-K for all of our kids. Think about that. Every American child could have had pre-K for the likely cost of this war. In a very real sense, the early childhood education of our kids will suffer because this president chose to invest in bombing Iran instead of educating our kids. Now, a hospital costs around $100 million. That means there could have been 200 hospitals in 200 communities around the country for the cost of this war. One of those communities just might have been yours. Those hospitals will never be built because this president, who promised no more foreign wars, no more regime change wars, no more stupid wars, broke his promise. Diminished health care for you and your family is a cost of the war. Third, you're paying much higher prices for gas, electricity, groceries, and more as a result of this war. Why? Because of the eminently predictable action Iran has taken to close a vital shipping lane, the Strait of Hormuz. General Kane reportedly warned President Trump that Iran was very likely to take this action. Frankly, it didn't require a military genius to reach that conclusion. But drunk on his own power, convinced of his own infallibility, this is a president, after all, who just said that he would have won the Vietnam War very quickly. Donald Trump could not conceive of anything other than a quick Iranian capitulation. Sadly, though, this has not been the case. And there is still no end to the conflict or the higher prices Americans are paying. An average family, your family, can expect to pay at least $1,000 more a year in costs like those at the pump as a result of Trump's Iran war. And that is on top of another $1,000 in taxes to pay for all the bombs that we're dropping on that country. And finally, we're paying an additional cost for this war from the fact that the case for this war was never made to the country or to the Congress, from the fact that our Republican colleagues in the majority have refused thus far to hold a single hearing on the war. I'm told maybe there will be one at the end of next week. And the American people are not informed about the purpose, the goals, the duration, the price tag, and more of this conflict because we've had no open hearings on it. And that cost is this: more wars by this president or future presidents because Congress has refused to exercise its constitutional authority over war. And that cost could be the most substantial of all, because the establishment of a precedent in which the president can initiate a war of enormous consequence, a war in which we pay a tremendous cost in life and treasure without any input, without any approval, that precedent may lead to additional wars, needless wars, dangerous and damaging wars. Which brings us to this moment and to this War Powers Resolution and the need to use our constitutional power to bring an end to this war. I urge an aye vote, and I yield back.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Baldwin, and others for continuing to bring this debate before the Senate. Again, it's just extraordinary that this is the most significant military action that the United States has taken in decades, and there has yet to be one single hearing, one single debate, one single vote on an authorization of military force. I want to target my remarks today on just what has happened over the past 2 weeks, because we tend to bounce from one news cycle to the next without being able to really connect together the growing incompetence that has defined the management of this war. We shouldn't sugarcoat or normalize this degree of gross, unacceptable incompetence being exercised here. We essentially have a talk show host and a couple real estate developers who are in charge of our war strategy, and we are getting essentially what you would expect if you put a talk show host and a handful of real estate developers in charge of a major Middle East war. If millions of lives weren't at stake, and that's really what's at stake as the global economy threatens to melt down because of rising gas prices and the fact that 1/3 of all fertilizer supply is right now stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. If this wasn't really about millions of lives being at stake, this would be the stuff of farce. One mistake just compounded by another. So many of us believe this war has to end right now because as each mistake gets bigger than the next, the hole for the United States, for American families, for our national security gets deeper and deeper. So I'm literally just going to very quickly run you through what has happened in the last 2 weeks. So we all remember, we all remember on April 7th when Trump posts on social media that he is going to destroy Iran's entire civilization. He says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Later that day, he announces that there has been a ceasefire, but within hours, there is essentially diametrically opposed interpretations from Trump and the Iranians as to the terms of that ceasefire. The next day, he puts out a series of posts saying, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so is everybody else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. By the end of the day, on April 8th, the ceasefire has fallen apart. Iran says that a ceasefire in Lebanon is also necessary in order to get the Straits of Hormuz opened. Trump is unable to secure that. And so by the end of the day after the ceasefire is announced, the ceasefire no longer exists. 2 days later, on April 10th, Trump sends his vice president, J.D. Vance, to Pakistan for negotiations. On April 11th, those negotiations are concluded after what appears to be an hour or two of face-to-face negotiations. Vance gets right back on a plane after having spent an entire day, 1 day, negotiating the end of this war to come back to the United States. That day, Trump says, their leadership is dead. Not true. The Strait of Hormuz will soon be open. Not true. The U.S. delegation, led by Vance, comes back to the United States without an agreement. On April 12th, Trump announces, this is the day after the negotiations fall apart, that he's setting up a blockade. So the Iranians have a blockade on the strait. Now Trump announces a layered second blockade. But he's still saying that negotiations are going great. He says the meeting the day before went well. Most points were agreed to, but not the only point that really mattered, nuclear. Of course, that's not true. Virtually nothing was agreed to in that meeting. He says the next day that his negotiators, who were talking about a 20-year moratorium on enrichment of uranium, do not have his support. He says, I've been saying they can't have nuclear weapons, so I don't like the 20 years. I mean, we've never seen this before. Literally a president in public contradicting his negotiators who were negotiating the terms of an agreement just 2 days ago. 3 days later, on April 17th, Trump says that Iran again has agreed to everything, including removing enriched uranium. Trump says our people are just going to go get the uranium, and bring it back to the United States. Within hours, Iran says this is not true. They say we have the right, a sacred right, to enrich uranium on our soil. Trump says his negotiators are not considering releasing sanctions. 2 of his negotiators go to the press and say they were talking about releasing sanctions. Again, this is just diplomatic malpractice. The President of the United States and his negotiators arguing with each other in public through the media. Then on April 19th, Trump says he is sending Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Pakistan for new talks. The top negotiator, J.D. Vance, apparently has been sidelined. The administration then says Vance is indeed going to Pakistan. Trump goes back to the press and says Vance is not going to Pakistan. The White House scrambles again and confirms that Vance will be going. The problem, the Iranians have not agreed to the negotiations. So a day later, the president says Vance and this delegation are on their way. Come to find out they are not leaving for Pakistan because the Iranians are not agreeing to negotiate. I mean, I get it that we have come to kind of normalize this kind of incompetence, this kind of planned, executed chaos. But we are on the floor week after week asking our colleagues to end this war because this is an embarrassment to the United States of America. The president and his negotiators arguing in public with each other. The president literally deciding by the hour whether his son-in-law is in charge of the negotiations or whether the vice president is in charge of the negotiations. The president lying consistently about the nature of the negotiations, saying things that have been agreed to that clearly have not been agreed to, helping the Iranians blockade the Strait. We've never seen a foreign conflict mismanaged in public like this before. And so I understand many of my Republican colleagues want to support their president, but we are becoming a laughingstock in the world. Well, at the same time, we are hurting Americans who are now paying billions more in gas prices. We are risking a global famine as fertilizer is unavailable to poor farmers all over the world, and economies are shutting down because of the high price and shortage of fuel. The costs of keeping this war going one more day are just too high, both in reputational costs to the United States, but also in the cost to lives and the pocketbooks of millions of Americans. I know my Republican colleagues have a hard time breaking with their president. I will say that many of us, in closing, on the Democratic side, certainly had a hard time breaking with our president as well, whether it was Barack Obama or Joe Biden. But on multiple occasions, we did. Many of us stood on this floor and argued against President Obama's intervention in the Yemen war. Many of us stood on this floor and argued against Biden's policy in Gaza. That wasn't easy, but we thought it was important for us to separate ourselves from our party loyalty when we thought our president had gotten it wrong for American national security. It's time for our Republican colleagues to join us in one of these resolutions because it is just so clear to the entire world that if this war continues even for another day, the reputational cost to the United States is potentially unrecoverable. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you. I rise to support my colleague, Senator Baldwin's War Powers resolution. I've spoken on all of these resolutions now going back to the very beginning of the war, and I will not be long. I thank my colleague for bringing this forward. Just the news of today, one aspect of the war is the increase in fuel costs and its effect on the global economy. 3 news items just from the last 3 hours. First, Lufthansa airline canceling thousands of flights because of increased fuel costs. Second, the American Airlines, Spirit Airlines, on the verge of bankruptcy, with the U.S. government considering the need to bail out Spirit Airlines. And finally, an announcement within the last couple of hours by United Airlines, one of our largest carriers, that they believe they may have to increase airfares by up to 20% for some significant time into the future to recoup the costs of additional aviation fuel. If you just think back to February 27, it seems like a long time ago now because so much has happened. Less than 2 months ago, oil prices were normal, the Straits of Hormuz was open, commerce was happening, and then President Trump made the decision without a rationale, without a plan, without consulting with allies, without consulting or seeking a vote of Congress, to enter the nation into yet another war in the Middle East. And the entire world is suffering, but the suffering that matters the most to me is the suffering of Americans, the 13 families who have lost loved ones in an unnecessary war, the hundreds of our military members who've been injured and their lives forever altered going forward. I want to say this to my colleagues. You made a really good point. This is a critical moment. We're in a ceasefire. It's actually easier to stop something when you're in the ceasefire. If we could vote yes on this resolution and get it to the House, it could have the effect of extending the ceasefire so that we don't start bombing again. We know the president has been going back and forth, came within a few hours last night of ending the ceasefire, calling for renewing the bombing that has killed civilians, that has dramatically damaged civilian infrastructure in Iran. And yet, at the very last minute, as he is prone to do, he changed his mind and said the ceasefire should be extended. I salute that. For whatever the reason, or however he's going to describe it, extending the ceasefire is the right thing to do. Because all of this gets harder when bombs start falling again. The regime's backbone gets stiffer and stiffer. Their desire to retaliate grows stronger and stronger. The chaos in the region escalates. The threat to American troops escalates. This all gets harder if bombs start falling again. So while we are in the moment of a ceasefire that's fragile and that may not be counted upon to last for very long, if we could pass Senator Baldwin's resolution and send the strong message, Congress wants the pause. We want the pause. We don't want this war to pick up again unless or until we have the debate and vote that the Constitution requires. That would be the right thing to happen. That would be respecting our troops. And I'll conclude and just say this. After nearly 14 years on the Armed Services Committee, representing one of the most military states in the country and thinking as a military dad, what is it that we owe our troops? We owe our troops the resources that they need. And my colleagues and I, on both sides of the aisle, every year pass the Defense Authorizing Bill. It's the only bill that we pass every year, 63, 64 years in a row. This is something in a bipartisan way we join together to make sure that our troops have the resources we need. That's the first thing we owe them. The second thing we owe our troops is respect. And that's why so many of us on both sides of the aisle go out of our way as we're traveling around our states to spend time with our military families, to thank those who serve. And when we have the opportunity during recess, we travel around the world to see our troops in harm's way and look them in the eye and thank them for the sacrifices that they make. But I would argue an even more important way to respect our troops, even more than the resources we provide and the thanks we offer, is to not use them for missions that are not worth them risking their lives for. Let's not use them for stupid reasons. Let's use them for good reasons. When war is a last resort that must occur in order to protect America, at that point, our troops who've signed up, they volunteered for a mission that they know might be dangerous. And yes, we should deploy them in those circumstances. But when we use troops foolishly as we often have during my lifetime in Vietnam and in Iraq, where they served bravely, but in a way they were betrayed by poor civilian decision-making. That is the cardinal form of disrespect to our troops. And the way we use them in the right way is by having this kind of a debate about whether a mission's in the national interest before we send them in to risk their lives. Senator Baldwin's motion at this moment, when we are in a ceasefire, gives us a chance to step back, have that debate, have that vote, and in full view of the American people, those who want to make the case that this war is worth it should be able to make that case, and those of us who don't believe it's worth it should make that case, and then we would have a vote, and the answer would be in accord with the process set out by the framers of our Constitution. If the will of Congress is that we should go to war, I might disagree with it, but I would argue that it was done lawfully, just as our framers demanded. But if, as I imagine, the full debate and vote in these bodies does not provide sufficient votes to authorize the war, how dare we keep asking our troops to risk their lives for something that we are unwilling to vote for? With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague, Tammy Baldwin, for bringing this War Powers resolution to the floor, for forcing into a Senate that, by its own prerogative and leadership on the Republican side, did not want to have a debate or discussion about a war that is affecting every single American. Remember, the problem we have right now, which I will talk about, is not just the actions of a president, it is the inaction of this body. And today, what my colleague is doing is saying, no, we will not have business as usual. We will not just go about as if there is not a cataclysmic war going on. We will not go about as if we're not spending billions of dollars a week overseas, desperately needed resources here at home. My colleague is saying, no, we are not going to let the Senate operate as business as usual. We are going to force a debate and a discussion and a vote because the Senate is abdicating its responsibility, its constitutional responsibility, that matters of war should be decided here and not unilaterally by one person, by the President of the United States. Explicitly stated in the Constitution is that those powers lie with us. And what we have seen in the United States Senate is one of the worst examples in the history of our country of a surrendering of our constitutional responsibility, a surrendering of our power to a president who is abusing it. Now, those abuses are obvious. Those abuses are now seen forever for the historical record that this president told us we were going to war because of multiple different reasons. Regime change. That hasn't been accomplished. We now have a more extreme regime. Because of nuclear concerns, well, the ultra-enriched fissile material is still there in that country. He said we're going to war to protect civilians, threatening them if you continue to kill your civilians who are protesting for democracy, the USA will jump in. Well, we now are seeing more civilian deaths, including a school full of children, and a more secure regime. He said his goals and his ends in this, he stated them clearly. We will attain unconditional surrender. Well, that's clearly not the case when you're rushing off to Pakistan to try to negotiate an end. This is a president that has failed in everything he has said about this war that he wanted to achieve. If anything, he has showed the Iranians that they have more power, that this regime has more leverage against Americans. First and foremost, they found out that as we send multi-million-dollar weapons into that country to bomb and to achieve an erosion of their navy and their army, they've actually shown now that their low-cost, inexpensive drones can still inflict maximum damage. that when the president bragged about having control of the air, our planes were still being shot down. This is a president that now has seen Iran realize, wait a minute, we have tremendous leverage here. We can choke the Straits of Hormuz and cause a global economic shock, the likes of which we have never seen, and an oil shock here at home that we have never had. There is no way to look at this war as if there is any modicum of success when you have the Iranians holding more cards than they did at the beginning of the war, still have their highly enriched uranium, have a more extreme entrenched regime, and have us rushing to try to negotiate to get something out of this horrible excursion, as the president has called it. And not only has this cost tens of billions of dollars, but it's cost American lives. We are seeing already, as recently a brave U.S. service member who survived a deadly attack by Iran in Kuwait, he spoke up. This attack killed 6 service members and injured 20. One of the injured soldiers stated that the story Secretary Hegseth was telling the public, that the building was, quote, fortified, and one of the drones just, quote, squeaked through, is a falsehood, our service member says. The service member said, and I quote, "I want people to know the unit was unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position." Now, you would think if a U.S. member of our armed services is shedding factual light on our unpreparedness for a war that the president rushed us into, unprepared, no plan, no strategy, that the one body that was responsible for providing check, balance, oversight, and accountability, the United States Senate, wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. But that is exactly what this body has done. Republican leadership has done nothing to call for open hearings, where we could ask questions, which we can show those U.S. service members on the front line that while you are upholding your oath to the Constitution, we will uphold ours. But we're not. They are showing the ultimate fealty and loyalty to the Constitution, but we are not. They're brave enough to confront the enemy, but we're not brave enough to call questions to the President of the United States that must be called. Were you prepared? Under what grounds did you go? How much is this costing the American taxpayer, and more? We are not doing our job. We have abdicated our responsibility. We have betrayed the Constitution, and yet we do nothing. So what my colleague is doing today is forcing this debate, forcing this vote. But dear God, this is a sad day, because the only thing that we need to do to check the power of the presidency when it's being abused, when it is reckless, when the consequences of that recklessness are higher prices for every American, when the consequences of that recklessness is giving a dangerous Iran more power and more leverage, when the consequences of that recklessness is the death of our soldiers, what is this body doing? Nothing. Republican leadership has called no open hearings, no sufficient accountability, no substantive oversight. They're kowtowing to a president and allowing him into a reckless war with grave consequences and a shredding of our constitutional intent by our founders. Woe be to us at this 250th anniversary, where people will rush out with flags waving to celebrate our Constitution and our country, but here they're betraying it. We have a job to do. It's clear in the Constitution. We have 3 equal branches of government that function when they check each other. They function when there's oversight. They function when there's accountability. But when one branch fails to rise to the historic urgency of this moment, that's when our Constitution And the people on the front lines, the people like this brave service member, are not only being ill-served, they are at graver danger. Our nation is in crisis right now. Our precious, scant resources, not spent on health care, our children's education, science research, but on this president's war. We have service members in danger. The least we should ask from this body is to do its job, uphold the Constitution, and provide a real check and balance, real accountability and oversight to this president. I thank my colleague for forcing this debate and forcing this vote. This is yet, unfortunately, another sad day in history for this body. This is the least we can do, but we should be, we must be doing so much more. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, we're here at this moment to defend the Constitution. The Constitution of any nation is incredibly important in creating the vision of the checks and balances between the judiciary and the executive and the Congress. But what really matters is whether the elected representatives actually honor the Constitution. Do they follow the words and the vision laid out? You know, it's Article 1, Section 8 that delineates powers. And in the course of it, there's 3 mega powers assigned to Congress. And one of those is the power of the purse. Design programs, authorize them, fund them. It's the president's job to execute. The second is the power of taxation, including the power of tariffs. In fact, the first bill ever debated by the Senate was a tariff bill. 3 weeks spent figuring out how they could reach agreement on what the tariff would be on a keg of nails or a barrel of molasses. And the third, perhaps the most consequential, the power of war. You know, it's just 3 words, delineated. The Congress shall have the power, and then it lays out these responsibilities. And then it says, to declare war. 3 words, to declare war. Now, if anyone thinks those were just some kind of bureaucratic phrase, you're mistaken. Madison summed it up, pointing out that in the history of all governments, it is the executive as the branch of government most interested in war and most prone to it. And then he summarized it this way: the Constitution, quote, has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature. So this is the moment we decide today. Are we going to actually follow the document we took an oath to? Now, some of my colleagues have said, well, the president also has the power when there is an imminent threat to our national security to act. And I don't dispute that. Think about planes on the way to bomb the United States, or forces arrayed across the border on the verge of coming across. But that was not the situation 2 months ago. There was no imminent threat of any kind, of any sort, anywhere near that exception. Perhaps this war really is a poster child for why the wisdom of the founders was so important. Because wars go off in directions you never anticipate. because wars result in carnage, the death of Americans, the injuries of Americans, the death of the combatants we oppose, the death of civilians, treasure vastly expended. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, those misbegotten foreign adventures so poorly fought through, cost $8 trillion. The lives of 7,000 of our service members, 50,000 injured. That shows the consequences of war. But in those two cases, Afghanistan and Iraq, at least the president followed the Constitution, and this body, the Senate of the United States of America, insisted that the president follow the Constitution. Where is that insistence right now? Where is the leadership of this chamber defending the constitutional role of the Senate? Why are they not on the floor at this moment saying we took an oath to the Constitution and damn it, we're going to follow it? This war is another misbegotten adventure. Did not benefit in any way from a president's effort to persuade this chamber or the nation or the House of Representatives that this strategy had merit. Every expert said you can count on the Strait of Hormuz to be shut down. Every expert said extracting the highly enriched uranium from deep underground during the middle of war is a near impossibility. So what is your mission? They asked. But we didn't have those debates here in the Senate. What has this war actually done? It strengthened the Iranian hardliners. That's not a win. It weakened the reformers. That's certainly not in our interest. It failed to secure the stockpile of highly enriched uranium, so that's a failure. It shredded our moral leadership as champions of human rights. That's certainly a loss. It enriched and emboldened Russia. We actually took off the sanctions, allowing Russia to make even more money on the sale of its oil at the very time that they continued to attack Ukraine. It raised the prices at the pump. Oregon, it's over $5 a gallon of gas. Maybe some of you are complaining about $4 a gallon. Well, it's $5 in Oregon. And diesel, it's $6. And the agricultural community is suffering from vastly higher prices on fertilizer. And everyone's suffering from increased inflation on everything that energy goes into. And this battle has already cost us in blood and treasure. We already have American service members who have died. We already have more than 100 seriously injured. And it's already costing us directly $1 billion to $1 billion to $2 billion a day. Now, 4 times we've come to this floor and so the debate should be now, because the Constitution is clear. There is no 60-day clause when there is no imminent threat in the law. And 4 times, it's been a partisan vote. There's nothing partisan about the Constitution. There's nothing partisan about the oath we took to the Constitution. There's nothing partisan at all at ensuring that the high risk of war is duly debated in this chamber, and following the advice of our founders, including Jefferson and Madison. But the president launched this war in violation of the Constitution, and so now is the time we have to respond. And it is in the War Powers Act that we can put up a resolution and says, stop, you have violated the law, come and get the authorization. The Constitution demands, come and do that. That is what this vote is on today. Not only did the president violate the Constitution, but he threatened a bombing campaign that would have resulted in massive civilian deaths. He threatened to bomb Iran, quote, back to the Stone Ages. And he said, a whole civilization will die tonight. He threatened massive war crimes as part of his unregulated campaign, unauthorized by this body. So to my colleagues, let's join together, united, Democrats and Republicans. We should have done so when Trump launched this illegal, unconstitutional war. We should have done so when 13 service members died. We should have done so when we bombed a school and at least 175 people died. Other reports have it much higher, and a whole lot of them schoolgirls. We should have done it when the president threatened to slaughter civilians and conduct war crimes overseas. We should have done it because it is costing us billions of dollars a day. We should have done it when the prices at the pump shot through the roof. But most of all, we should have done it because the Constitution says it's our responsibility. And I recognize it's an uncomfortable vote because we're perhaps afraid to take this consequential decision and get it wrong. So it's easier to duck the responsibility we have under the Constitution. But duck we must not, because it is our responsibility. It is on our desk. It is what the Constitution requires. So let's honor that Constitution and vote yes, and put up the stop sign and say, Mr. President, if you wish to pursue a war against Iran, then do what previous presidents did in Afghanistan and Iraq, and come and make your case and try to persuade us that it's in the nation's interest. I think it's a very, very tough sell, which tells you a lot about what's wrong with this effort and why the Constitution requires that we weigh in. I urge my colleagues, do your job under the Constitution and vote aye on the War Powers Resolution. I yield.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I will speak against the War Powers Resolution, but first I have a unanimous consent request to make, and so I ask that I be recognized for that purpose.
Recognized for that purpose.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block. Calendar 645, with the exception of Brigadier General Eric S. Strong. Calendar 669, calendar 702 through calendar 705. Calendar 706, with the exception of Lieutenant General Calvert L. Worth, Jr. Calendar 707 through calendar 710. All nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and Navy, with the exception of PN 681, Vincent J. Noble, and PN 835, Thomas P. McNeil. That the nominations be confirmed en bloc. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, all en bloc. That no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there an objection? Without an objection, is so ordered. Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now, just briefly, to rise and oppose this War Powers, this additional War Powers resolution, which has been brought by my colleague from Wisconsin. We don't mind debating things on the floor of the Senate, and I welcome them and certainly understand my friends' right and the right of my fellow senators to disagree with the president's actions in Iran. I do not disagree with the president's actions in Iran. I support them, but I oppose this resolution. We've been through these votes before. We've been through these votes recently, and nothing has occurred in the makeup of this body or in the situation in Iran or the Middle East to materially change since the last time we voted on this matter. I think passing this resolution would be unwise, as it would have been unwise the numerous times we've turned it down already. It would curtail the president's authority. It would curtail his discretion while so many service members remain engaged in the region, and I think it would be dangerous. It would tie the commander-in-chief's hands at a time when he needs maximum flexibility to eliminate the threat from Iran. I don't think negotiations are going to get us anywhere, but if my colleagues think they are worthwhile, then they should vote no on this resolution, because a yes vote would weaken the hands of the negotiators the president has designated. The Senate, if negotiations have a chance, the Senate should give them the leverage they need. We could, with one voice, give them a show of support and maximize whatever negotiating power they have. I think history will vindicate the decision that President Donald J. Trump has made with regard to the situation in Iran. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon, and what we have done with our military goes a long way to assuring that they will never acquire a nuclear weapon. It's time for over 4.5 decades of terrorist support from the Iranian regime to stop. And for that reason, and also for the reasons that have been so eloquently enunciated by my colleagues on this side of the aisle for the past several weeks, I urge my colleagues not to support this resolution and to do so on behalf of the future of the American people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today again to make a final plea to my colleagues. This president has campaigned for years and espoused the principle of no new foreign wars. Look, this is something I wholeheartedly agreed with him on. This sentiment, of course, is in part a reaction to the United States' forever wars in the Middle East. And that is the irony of this. So much of what we've seen over the last 50 days has parallels with the war in Iraq. In both wars, we went to war under false pretenses of a threat to our security. In both wars, we had zero plans for the days to come and failed to outline our specific goals. In both wars, we had zero strategy to get out. And in both wars, we had service members dying overseas for a cause that Americans did not support. But there is one key difference. In 2001, President Bush made his case to Congress and got sign-off. We had public hearings and an open debate about the cost of a war, the cost to the American taxpayers, the cost to military families. Congress then voted on it. Look, I voted against the Iraq War, and all my fears were sadly proven right. But at least the American people had a say in it. This time around, President Trump, who has over and over again called this a war, hasn't bothered to make his case to the American people. They have bypassed the people's branch and skirted our very Constitution. Let's be clear. This chamber is not powerless. We do have the power to rein in this president when he breaks a promise and breaks the law. We have the power to end this war of choice that is costing American troops their lives and American families their savings. Those who vote no are choosing not to use that power. We cannot wait for more service members to die before we act. The bill for taxpayers to grow more expensive, or the price of gas and fertilizer to keep shooting up. We cannot wait for this president to commit war crimes or kill more civilians. The time is now. It is time for Congress to assert our authority and to end this war. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you. And first, let me thank Senator Baldwin for her outstanding leadership, not only on this resolution, but on so many other issues related to Iran as well. Now, let me say this. Every day this disastrous war continues, Donald Trump digs himself deeper and deeper into a hole. The longer Trump waits to extricate the U.S. from this war, the deeper the hole gets, and the harder it will be for him to get out. Republican senators should do Donald Trump a favor and pull him out of the hole he's dug by voting for our War Powers resolution today. If not, they'll sink even further into that same hole themselves. So I urge Senate Republicans to vote for Senator Baldwin's War Powers resolution, their fifth opportunity to vote for a War Powers resolution. I was proud to be actively involved and sponsor so many of them. Iran's leadership has become even more militant than before the war. Iran's hold over Hormuz has gotten even stronger. Iran maintains its economic stranglehold on the world, firing on more merchant ships in the Straits of Hormuz earlier today. Meanwhile, gas has been over $4 a gallon for weeks, and that's the highest it's been in years. Americans are going to pay $740 more this year to fill up their tanks on average because of Trump's war. Every day, we hear new promises from the Trump administration that victory has been achieved, that peace is at hand, that the costs are starting to come down, and every day we see the opposite. Trump can talk all he wants, but nothing will change until he realizes this war needs to end. And if Donald Trump won't dig us out of this hole, Congress must step into the breach and exercise its constitutional authority over matters of war and peace. Democrats will continue to force votes on our resolutions every week until Senate Republicans see reason. Again, I thank Senator Baldwin for her work. I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes. Yield the floor.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 114 to direct the removal of United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress.
The clerk will report.
Motion to discharge S.J. Res. 114 to direct the removal of United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress.
I know of no further debate.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? If not, there appears not to be. The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Are there sufficient? There are. There appears to be. The clerk will call roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slatkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Coons, Durbin, Merkley, Peters, Sanders, Schumer, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Budd, Cotton, Kennedy, Schmidt, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Hassanai, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Marino, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. No. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. No. Ms. Cortez Masto. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. No. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Kelly, aye.
On this, the votes, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to give you a name. Tony Hannigan. As we all know, not necessarily everybody outside this chamber, Tony is a senior floor assistant. Now, I'll come back to what that means in a second. Tony is leaving us for the private sector. Under the ethics rules, he can't tell us where he's going. I think it's a startup, but I'm not sure. I think part of his job responsibilities, not exclusive because I don't know, because he can't talk about it, will be, quote, congressional relations. I have strongly encouraged him to ask the startup to define very carefully what they mean by congressional relations in light of what's been going on around here. Though we kid him a lot, I'll come back to that too. Tony's very, very smart. He's a graduate of William and Mary. I'm sure there are some dummies at William and Mary, but I've never met one coming out of there. It's a great school. He's also spent time at the Wharton School studying their model budget project. He has worked his way up as a member of basically a Senate advisor. And let me explain a little bit what Tony and his colleagues do. You see these two doors back here, this one and this one. This one leads to what we call the Democratic cloakroom. This door leads to what we call the Republican cloakroom. Now, that's where senators go to cuss and to tell each other lies. But it's not the only purpose of those. Supposedly we can go back there and relax, and when someone isn't around, and sometimes when they are around, make fun of people. But there are members of our staff who have desks back there. And not every member of our staff has a desk back there. Some are close by. What do? They make this place run. For one thing, they understand the rules, or claim to. No living human being, at least not in the United States Senate, with a beating heart understands the Senate rules. I'm not saying no one understands them. I'm just saying nobody in the Senate does. They say they do. They lie like fish swim. Because to understand, you don't only have to understand the rules, you've got to understand all the precedents. The first 6 months I got here, I said, I'm going to learn the rules. I'd read about Lyndon Johnson, who supposedly sat here and learned all the rules and outsmarted all his colleagues. I don't believe that. But anyway, he probably knew more than I did, God rest his soul. But after 6 months, here's what was my conclusion. I don't know if I can learn the rules and all the precedents, and by the time I do, they won't have changed. And someday I'm going to die, and I don't want on my tombstone, Kennedy understood the Senate rules. So I gave up. I quit. No mas. And so now when I want to understand the rules, I talk to a member of our staff like Tony or some of my colleagues. And so do most of my Senate colleagues on the Democratic side and the Republican side. Now, our staff could be lying to us because we don't know any better. They could make this stuff up, but I don't think they do. I've never seen Tony make it up. A couple of times I thought I'd caught him, but he turned out to be right. And that's important. But it's more than just understanding the rules. That's more than Tony's job and my colleagues' job, who are our advisors. It's more than just learning the rules. Because the rules look like they were designed by a heroin addict with a socket wrench, we don't know how to get things done. So we go to our advisors and say, tell me how to do this. And they're really good at that. Tony's really good at that. And I know sometimes the questions are so esoteric and so bizarre. I can tell from their eyes that they want to look at you and say, you're not the stupidest person I've ever met, but you better hope the stupidest person I've ever met doesn't die. But they never do that. They always say, okay, you know, you can try it that way, but here's the downside of it. And with all due respect, there's a better way of doing it. And you might consider this. And frankly, I mean, our parliamentarian, I see her here, she does understand the rules, and she's pretty good at helping you too. Now, she's got lines she can't cross, but because she doesn't work for Senate, for Republicans or Democrats, but this is what Tony does and the other staff members. And they make this place run. They're not responsible for the fact that the Senate only works when everybody isn't crazy at the same time. And they're not responsible for the fact that sometimes it takes us weeks, months, even years to get nothing done. Doing nothing, it can be frustrating. Doing nothing is very hard because you never know when you're finished. But they make this place run. And we're going to miss Tony. Now, we make fun of Tony. It's all in good fun. We used to, there's a big mirror back in the cloakroom, I think it's an antique mirror, that's what they tell us. And sometimes I've done it, but others I think have too. Sometimes we'll write little notes to the majority leader. We used to do it with Mitch, and now we do it sometimes with Thune, and sign it Tony. And of course, they all have a heart attack. Tony keeps a couple of pairs of shoes under his desk. And probably about once a week, some of us take at least one of the shoes and hide it. And he's ready to go home at whatever, 11 o'clock, midnight, and he can't find his shoe. And Max, who works with him back there, Max is his job is to eventually, after he spends an inordinate amount of time and gets really close to the point that he has no more fire trucks to give and is going to start telling everybody what he thinks, Max will tell him where the shoe is. I've got some other stories about Tony, but I just can't tell them because there are probably some children listening. But anyway, you will read about Tony someday in the Wall Street Journal. And it won't be because he went Eric Swalwell. It will be because of his financial success. And we're going to miss him. But I can't blame him. He's already picking out the color of his new Mercedes. You know Mercedes-Benz, Mr. President, if you've got any advice for him, like the best one that deflects heat, you might want to talk to him. He may want to just buy two, okay? But anyway, we're going to miss Tony, and I wanted to say that, and I'm sorry I can't tell you all the Tony stories. They are legendary, but Tony, you've just been awesome. And you and all your colleagues, we never talk about them enough. And I just want to thank you. And my final words, peace out. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take it we are not in a quorum call.
We're not.
Thank you. Mr. President, we're here at a critical moment. It's a crossroads for the American people. The President is waging a war of choice. It's really a war of impulse, a war of whim and illusion. Without the support of the American people and without approval from the United States Congress, representing the American people. Meanwhile, the costs of food and fuel, gasoline at the pump, produce at the grocery, all have soared. Healthcare is unaffordable. Gas prices are going to continue to skyrocket. The Secretary of Energy told us just last weekend that prices will not come down appreciably before the end of the year. Of course, he, since then, has contradicted himself. His chain was yanked by the president. But the reality is, and we need to stay in touch with reality, that the costs of living for the everyday American are skyrocketing out of sight, and instead of doing something to lower those costs, Senate Republicans just introduced a budget resolution to give $140 billion to ICE and CBP without any reform, without any changes in practices or policies that will make them legal and humane. In fact, Senate Republicans are willing to work overtime to deliver huge tax breaks to billionaires and siphon hundreds of millions, in fact billions, to ICE with no strings attached. When it comes to lowering costs for Americans, helping working families, or making good on our promises to veterans, Republicans say we can't afford it. In fact, Senate Republican leadership has continuously refused to advance bipartisan legislation to deliver for combat-injured veterans that I have advocated repeatedly, twice asked for unanimous consent on the floor of this body to pass. Why? They claim we can't afford those benefits. Now, let's be very clear. The Major Richard Starr Act will cost $1 billion a year for the next 10 years. We're spending $2 billion a day on the Iran war, and that figure probably is lowballed. The benefits equate to 1/14 of the money Republicans want to send to ICE. The same Republicans who say we can't afford the time or the $13 billion to ensure our combat-injured veterans receive their full earned benefits, they'll keep us here all night to spend $140 billion on ICE and CBP. My legislation, the Major Richard Starr Act, would finally deliver to some 50,000 combat-injured veterans their full military benefits. Currently, they are receiving a dollar-for-dollar reduction of their VA retirement pay for every dollar of compensation for disability. That's just plain wrong. They've earned both, retirement pay and disability benefits. One should not be docked dollar for dollar for the other. In fact, shouldn't be reduced at all. Most of this body, 79 of my Democratic and Republican colleagues, agree. They've joined the legislation. But the bill is still blocked from a simple floor vote by Senate Republican leadership, the same leadership that is willing to bend over backward to pass another partisan law to fund ICE. Meanwhile, the president continues to send more service members into harm's way, thousands more heading to the Middle East right now. But it falls on deaf ears for Republicans to claim veterans initiatives like the Major Richard Starr Act are too expensive, while they push hundreds of billions into Trump's rogue agency or a war of choice. It seems to me Republicans can always find more money for tax cuts. They can always find more money for benefits that go to the billionaires, but not so much when we're talking about working families or veterans. The simple fact is, and remember this point if you remember nothing else of what I say here, the cost of our taking care of veterans is the cost of war. It is one that always must be paid. When we send a service member into war, we are incurring an obligation. We have made a promise. Those injuries result in disability benefits that should not be reduced, nor should retirement pay, just because they are injured. In fact, they should not be punished for being injured. The president may think veterans are suckers, but that's not what the American people think. As Memorial Day approaches, prove to veterans and Americans that you really do appreciate their service. And remember that words without actions are meaningless, totally meaningless. And that's why I've introduced an amendment to strike the reconciliation instructions and focus on providing our combat injured veterans who were forced to retire because of their injuries, give them the benefits they earned, the benefits they deserve, the benefits they were promised. Today we have an opportunity to act and to do something meaningful for the thousands of combat injured veterans who have sacrificed on our behalf. I urge my colleagues to make the right decision and support this amendment to advance the Major Richard Starr Act. It isn't lost on me that while I am speaking here, urging for the passage of an amendment that would help our veterans, the Trump administration is actively harming them. Over the past year, the Trump administration has begun deporting procedures for 34 former members of the military and 248 relatives of former military members. This number doesn't include the countless former military members that have been swept up into detentions by roving patrols and lawless arrests. These individuals are real people. They are veterans who chose to wear the uniform. They are not abstract entities. They are not numbers or statistics. They are people who raised their right hand, willing to give their lives for our country, veterans who served and sacrificed so that we could celebrate Memorial Day, so that we could stand here and speak as we wish and worship as we would like in the days ahead. Take William Vermey, for example. He's an Army veteran, a Purple Heart recipient who served as a combat soldier in Iraq. On January 13th, 2026, he was on a public sidewalk observing ICE arrest 2 young men in his neighborhood. He was tackled, he was arrested, he was driven to detention, he was held in a cell for 8 hours. Or George Reitz, a disabled Iraq War veteran who was detained for 3 days and 3 nights after being arrested on his way to work. On his way to work, he has a job. He's a citizen. He's a veteran. He was arrested and detained. Family members of United States service members and veterans have fared no better. United States Staff Sergeant Matthew Blank recently married his wife Annie and brought her to his base, Fort Polk, Louisiana, to begin their lives together. Within hours, ICE entered his base and detained Annie, who was brought to the United States as a toddler and has applied for DACA status. Annie was released only after public outcry shamed the administration. Last June, Narcisco Barranco, the father of 3 Marines, was clearing his weeds when immigration agents attacked him from behind and placed him in deportation proceedings. Mr. Barranco has no criminal record, He's been in the United States for 3 decades. And just this week, Sergeant First Class Serrano's wife, Daisy Rivera Ortega, was arrested by ICE during her appointment at an immigration office in Texas. None of these people sought to hide or conceal themselves or run. They were there. And she was at an appointment at an immigration office in Texas. She'd been in the United States for over a decade and has legal protections that prohibit her deportation to El Salvador and allow her to legally work. She was at the immigration office interviewing as part of an application for parole in place, a program specifically designated to offer protections to military spouses and their parents. This stuff is just unbelievably cruel. It's illegal. It's inhumane. But it is also savagely mean and wrong to encourage the men and women of our armed services to apply for protection to their spouses or their parents, only to have those applications entrap their loved ones, spirit them away to detention, and wreak havoc in their lives? Is that the America that we want? It's not the America I recognize as my country, nor would most Americans. These service members, veterans, and their family members were not convicted of any crime. They were not committing any crime. They were doing the right thing in the offices of the United States government, some of them. And they were tackled, arrested, detained by the same government that gave them so much to serve. Marine Corps cadets could not even enjoy their graduation day this year without fear after the Marine Corps issued a warning that ICE agents would be conducting, and I'm quoting, enhanced screening and lawful immigration status inquiries outside the Parris Island base prior to graduation events. What did that mean? Marine Corps privates graduating from Parris Island, and I've been there, had to fear that their relatives coming to watch their graduation on that drill field could be arrested and detained. Some cadets were forced to forego celebrating because they feared for their loved ones. That's not how we honor courage and sacrifice. That's not how we plan to commend the individuals who choose to serve. Such efforts will not help us to recruit the next generation of brave and bright men and women for our military. It only demonstrates how little the Trump administration values people who put their lives on the line. As Republicans propose sending another $140 billion to ICE and CBP, let's ask them whether they share the same disregard for our troops and veterans. I hope they'll join me in saying enough is enough. The absence of reform in connection with this huge amount of funding, $140 billion, is absolutely reprehensible and unacceptable. It is unconscionable to shovel more money, $140 billion, without fundamental changes that will stop the abuses and many others of the kind I've just described. I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me in saying America is still land of the free and the home of the brave because of the brave who protect the free. And let us cherish those freedoms and make them real, not just in rhetoric, but in the reforms we demand of the United States government when it is engaged in lawless and reckless conduct. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
It is.
In that case, may I ask unanimous consent that the pending quorum call be vitiated?
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. People following the Senate floor will know that hundreds of times I have come to the floor with my trusty, increasingly beat up, time to wake up poster to describe the various manners in which the fossil fuel industry has corruptly obstructed our ability to solve the problem of climate change that is caused by fossil fuel emissions. They might also remember that I've come to the floor dozens of times to give my scheme series of speeches about the corrupt manner in which the Supreme Court has been captured and put into the service of a gang of right-wing billionaires who tend to be fossil fuel billionaires. In this speech, the Time to Wake Up series and the Scheme series converge. I don't know quite how to describe it, but maybe it's time to scheme up, because for sure, that is what has been done in this country by the fossil fuel industry to blockade our efforts to solve the pollution hazard that they have created for our people. A pollution hazard that is now real and immediate in our economy. Look no further than the state of Florida, where climate risk has thrashed the home insurance markets to the point where the home insurance market collapse is cascaded into mortgage markets, which has in turn cascaded into real estate values, property values. Last year, Florida led the country in lost property values. This year, there was an article in Newsweek just a few days ago about how 6 to 8% losses are predicted in Florida real estate values because of that cascade. Property is very hard to sell if you can't get a mortgage on it, and it's impossible to get a mortgage on it if you can't get insurance on it. And even if you can get insurance, if the insurance costs $14,000 or $15,000 or $20,000 or $30,000 a year, you add all that up and it comes off the value of the home, which is why you're seeing people unsuccessfully trying to sell homes in Florida for $100,000 and more less than they paid for it. So this is on its way. It's coming right now. And I'm just going to continue to dig into how it is that we got here, because how we got here involves a lot of mischief, a lot of real problems. And one of those problems came to light just recently in the form of a number of memos from within the Supreme Court, from the justices to each other, that were released or leaked, somehow came to the New York Times, that describe how it was that the captured court put an end to the Clean Power Plan of the Obama administration before it even came to life, before even a court decision had been made about the merits of the rule. 5 Republican-appointed Supreme Court justices stepped in and killed that rule in the crib before it could have any real effect. Charles Pierce has written a pretty good summary of that New York Times article. He said, the New York Times published a trove of personal memos from the members of the Supreme Court outlining the court's promiscuous use of the so-called shadow docket. It has become the carefully constructed conservative majority's favorite workaround to kill policies it doesn't like and support causes that it and its corporate patrons do. What appears to have happened here is that the shadow docket was born in the crib killing of the Clean Power Plan. By a this is quoting the New York Times story. By a 5-4 vote along partisan lines, the order halted President Barack Obama's Clean Power Plan, his signature environmental policy. They acted before any other court had addressed the plan's lawfulness. Not a court of final impression, a court of first impression, the first one to look at it. That's not the way it ordinarily works. The decision consisted of only legal boilerplate without a word of reasoning. That is similar to the way the shadow docket has been working. Before briefing, before argument, a decision without legal reasoning provided. It continues about the Chief Justice. Chief Justice John G. Roberts, Jr. has cultivated a reputation for care and caution. These papers reveal a different side of him. At a critical moment for the country and the court, the papers show he acted as a bulldozer in pushing to stop Mr. Obama's plan to address the global climate crisis. I'll get into this a little bit further as I continue through my remarks, but the basic summary is that the court concluded that without stopping the EPA's rule before it went into effect, before any court had actually considered it, that would cause irreparable harm to the fossil fuel industry, specifically mentioning that private industry will suffer irreparable harm. This at a stage in the proceedings where the question of whether that harm even existed had still not been properly litigated. So I go back a ways on this. In 2015, in one of my Time to Wake Up speeches, I said that the Supreme Court has handed the polluters a heavy cudgel with its misguided Citizens United decision, allowing big corporations to spend, or more important, threaten to spend, unlimited amounts of undisclosed money in our elections. More than anyone, polluters use that leverage to demand obedience to their denial script. Another one, 2017. The Supreme Court's Republican appointees got in the habit of doing what they were told by the forces that appointed them, which include the fossil fuel industry, which asked for the Citizens United decision. And in a fateful combination of obedience and political ignorance, they wrecked our politics. A year later, I described how Republican strategists are expanding their grip to the Supreme Court, building there a reliable Republican majority. I warned that we mustn't try to replicate that apparatus, we must expose it. And when we expose one part of the apparatus, we expose all, because it's the same crew behind packing the courts and denying climate change and running the dark money machine. In January of 2010, I said, the 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court gave the fossil fuel industry the Citizens United decision. The industry instantly turned its new political weaponry on the Republican Party, and bipartisanship on climate change was stamped out by fossil fuel threats. This integration between the fossil fuel industry and the Supreme Court and the dark money power that the fossil fuel industry has used to crush climate action in Congress is something that has been apparent for some time. In 2020, I added Citizens United unleashed toxic doses of money and unprecedented doses of virulent dark money into our political atmosphere. Once democracy is poisoned, stunned by secret fossil fuel money and threats, it fails to listen to plain warnings. And in 2022, I've called this the court the dark money built. In 2022, I said, it is probably more accurate to say that we now have the court that dark fossil fuel money built. So it comes as little surprise that these memos from within the court should reveal that linkage between the Republican-appointed justices and the fossil fuel industry. And of course, it should come as no surprise that the roots of this shadow docket that has been used so politically by the Republican majority on the court, the roots are found in an act of service to the fossil fuel industry billionaires who captured the court. If you look at the scheme to maintain the fossil fuel industry's free-to-pollute business model, where they get away with polluting as much as they like with no cost or consequence, you have to look at the Supreme Court facilitating this. Citizens United, of course, signaled the end of climate legislation because the unlimited dark money that the fossil fuel industry could use to shut down climate action in this body was successful. Unlimited fossil fuel dark money was brought to bear on Congress, and our ability to solve this problem collapsed. Look before the Citizens United decision. Look back to 2007, 2008, 2009, my first years here. There was robust negotiation on major climate legislation, 4 different strategies here in this Senate, 3 major bills, bipartisan bills, and a presidential candidate in John McCain who ran on a perfectly legitimate climate platform. All of that dead the day the Citizens United decision came down and the fossil fuel industry pounced with its new dark money power. But it's not enough to stop legislation. If you want to protect your free-to-pollute business model, you also have to stop regulation. And that's where this Clean Power Plan decision came in. That's where the subsequent major questions doctrine came in. That work by the Supreme Court signaled the end of climate regulation as the Supreme Court intruded into a decades-long regulatory process and rebooted it to protect against regulation that would limit the free-to-pollute business model of the fossil fuel industry. And as I've said in other speeches, that major questions doctrine did not pop from the heads of the Supreme Court justices in that decision. It was cooked up in fossil fuel-funded doctrine factories, massaged, maneuvered into conferences, propagated by the Federalist Society, called up at conferences. It was groomed and grown so that the Supreme Court could pick it up in a decision, which of course they did. So if you shut down climate legislation and you shut down climate regulation, what's left is climate litigation. That people harmed by all this damage from all this pollution usually have a right to bring a lawsuit. And sure enough, lawsuits are emerging. So the next project of the court is to attack climate litigation. And sure enough, the fossil fuel industry is all over that court, asking for it to shut down the prospect of climate litigation. And guess what? That little rascal, Leonard Leo, who was the fixer, the implementer of the court capture scheme, who worked with Trump's counsel McGahn to get the 3 Supreme Court justices Trump supposedly appointed. Separate argument. I think they were actually selected by the Koch brothers political operation, and Trump was the chump at the end of the deal who signed off on it. But Leonard Leo and his billionaires were the ones who put that whole scheme together. They put the whole concept of a Federal Society list together, and of the completely untrustworthy President Trump being obliged to say publicly that he would pick off that Koch brothers list. They called it the Federal Society list because calling it a fossil fuel billionaires list wouldn't sell so well. And then they ended up with these judges. The guy in the middle of all of that was this little fixer, Leonard Leo. Guess what Leonard Leo is doing now? He has an array of maybe 25 front groups that he orchestrates. Some of them are actual corporate entities. Some are what are called fictitious names for his corporate entities. So you have your front group, which has a fictitious name that you operate through. Why you need to do that? A little hard to say, but if you're up to no good, I suppose you want as much camouflage as possible. Well, what Leonard Leo and his front groups are all over right now is trying to shut down climate litigation, to make it a clean trifecta, so that one industry is free to pollute as much as it wants with no legislation, no regulation, and no litigation that can stop it. Again, it goes without saying that pollution is not something that should be allowed. It is certainly not something that should be allowed for free, but money will buy you a lot. And the fossil fuel funded phony flotillas of front group amici who come into the court to tell it what to do and have, I would say, 100% winning record before the court, are starting to gather around shutting down climate litigation as well as regulation and legislation. In other words, a captured court is delivering the goods for the billionaires who captured it. So let's go through these different memoranda as they came out. The first is from the Chief Justice, John Roberts, dated February 5th, 2016. He is responding to emergency applications seeking to have the EPA's Clean Power Plan stayed. And on the very first page, he communicates to the other justices, absent a stay, the Clean Power Plan will cause and is causing substantial and irreversible reordering of the domestic power sector. That's a fact-finding. It's a fact-finding made without any court having found that fact. It is a fact-finding by a court that is not supposed to engage in fact-finding in the first place. And it is a disputed fact in the case before the case is even litigated. And yet here's the Chief Justice of the United States going with the factual argument of one of the parties even before argument related to an emergency stay. He has to admit to his colleagues that the rule does not require emissions reductions until 2022. It's dated 2016. 6 years later, it might require emissions reduction, but then, February 5th, 2016, he says, its impact is being felt now. He is taking the side of one party on a contested fact and saying that the impact of that contested fact, as he sees it, is actually being felt now, 6 years ahead of when anything has to happen. He says that the applicants indicate, again, an assertion by a party, the applicants untested, unchallenged. Applicants indicate that they are currently in the process of committing time and resources to compliance. That's the reason to shut down the Clean Power Plan? He says that the impact of the rule will reduce coal production for power sector use by 2.0%. Over 2% reduction? He jumps completely out of his lane, makes fact-finding, and shuts down a regulation before it's even been considered by the lower courts. And then he says that the harm is irreversible. I ask unanimous consent to have the Chief Justice memorandum added at the end of my remarks.
Without objection.
That memorandum was responded to rather quickly by Justice Breyer, who noted first, it is unusual for this court to issue a stay of an agency's order during the time that the Court of Appeals is considering its lawfulness. It's a live legal dispute in the Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court is jumping in to stay it? That was not just unusual, it was unprecedented. And as Justice Breyer points out, it is difficult at this point to say that the absence of a stay will cause irreparable harm. Even among the justices, that is a contested fact. And yet, the Chief Justice is willing to rely on his view of that contested fact, even though it's supposedly not a fact-finding body in the first instance. As I mentioned a moment ago, and as Justice Breyer points out, the order does not require any company to take action for 6 years. So it was hardly an emergency. Finally, he pointed out that all of the applicants were free to renew their applications for a stay once the DC Court of Appeals had done its work. They'd come right back to the court and get the stay then, rather than jump ahead of the Circuit Court of Appeals. And it notes that the Circuit Court of Appeals has agreed to proceed on an expedited basis. Well, it didn't take long for the chief to respond to that. He wrote right back saying that private industry will suffer irreparable harm from a rule that is, in my view, highly unlikely to survive. So now he's not only making fact findings that are contested even within his court and that he shouldn't be making in the first place, but he's also predicting the legal conclusion of how this is going to end up in his court. He says that the court will not issue a decision until 2018 at the earliest, still 4 years before that date, long after the real-world impacts of the rule would have been felt in the absence of a stay. Again, more and more fact-finding. He says there will be ongoing cumulative and irreversible harm that private parties are incurring each day. Again, that is a contested fact. But he's willing to say that as if it were an actuality and not a point in contention. Justice Kagan comes back to him to say, as far as I can tell, it would be unprecedented for us to second-guess the D.C. Circuit's decision that a stay is not warranted without the benefit of full briefing or a prior judicial decision. She calls this a drastic and unusual remedy and points out that this fact that Chief Justice Roberts has so readily lurched to, the applicant's assertion is both entirely speculative and highly doubtful. So now you have another justice challenging the fact that the Chief Justice offers as gospel. It is implausible, she says, that such a minor emissions reduction, 2% reduction in coal, to be achieved 6 years hence, will require substantial and irrevocable commitments of resources in the coming months. Then in comes Justice Sotomayor. I agree with Steve Breyer's proposal and Elena Kagan's supplement to that proposal. As Elena notes, it would be unprecedented for us to grant a stay before any court has reviewed this complicated and complex case. No applicant, she says, no applicant has identified a single real plant, an actual facility, as opposed to a hypothetical model plant that is in immediate danger of closure absent a stay. She challenges the costs that have been discussed by the Chief Justice. And she points out that an emergency stay, unlimited briefing before the D.C. Circuit will hear argument in this regulation in just 4 months. Just wait 4 months and get the proper order, Circuit Court of Appeals, then Supreme Court. Faced with that, in chimes Justice Alito, brought onto the court with Leonard Leo at the White House, helping make the selections. He concludes saying, a failure to stay this rule threatens to render our ability to provide meaningful judicial review, and by extension, our institutional legitimacy, a nullity. Instead of robust judicial review, our opinion will be a mere postscript. Remember, this is a rule that won't have effect for 6 years, where there'll be a proper appellate court decision below in 4 months, and all of that is intolerable to Justice Alito, a product of the billionaires/Leonard Leo court packing operation. And the closer is Justice Anthony Kennedy, who writes an unusually brief decision compared to all the others, or memorandum compared to the others, simply concluding fairness to the parties, counsels that we should grant the stay now, and I agree with the recommendation of the Chief. That gave the Chief the votes, they granted the stay, and the Clean Power Plan died. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the remaining memoranda that I referred to be appended at the end of my remarks in the sequence in which I described them.
Without objection.
So what's the backdrop to all of this? The backdrop to all of this is the massive amount of harm that is caused by fossil fuel emissions. The pollution is really astounding. The International Monetary Fund most recently assessed the cost of fossil fuel pollution and of its free-to-pollute business model in the United States of America at $770 billion in 1 year. $770 billion in benefit to the fossil fuel industry, a form of subsidy, from being allowed to pollute for free and not being obliged to clean up its mess. They are allowed to cause $770 billion worth of harm to Americans for $0. When you're allowed to cause $770 billion worth of harm to ordinary Americans for $0, you have a massive motive to corrupt. You have a massive motive to apply political influence. You have a massive motive to take advantage of the dark money that you pressed the Supreme Court to allow and authorize, and bring that to bear on Congress to make sure that your $770 billion annual pollute for free subsidy is protected. What did you note about my discussion about the court's conversation on harm What you should have noted is that 100% of the court's conversation on harm was on harm to the polluters. It was the only harm that the Chief Justice mentioned or considered. The entire argument about staying the Clean Power Plan hinged on an analysis of harm that only looked at the harm to the polluter. There was no mention of climate change. There was no mention of the harm of emissions. There was no discussion of the health damage from climate change, of what it's doing now and could be projected back then to do to insurance markets, what it was causing in sea level rise, with the ancillary pollution of fossil fuel that isn't climate change pollution, but is lead, mercury, SOx, NOx, particulate matters, is doing. They literally turned a blind eye to fossil fuel pollution, measured at $770 billion worth of harm most recently, total blind eye to it, and focused only on the harm that would be done to the fossil fuel industry from having to comply with clean power rules. Other studies have shown that the amount of money spent on the operation to capture the court, short word on court capture, goes back to the well-acknowledged notions of agency capture or regulatory capture. In the bad old days, mining interests would make sure that all their friends were appointed to the Mining Safety Commission, so they could know that the Mining Safety Commission would always give them the answer that they wanted. That is agency capture. In the bad old days, railroad barons would make sure that all their friends and lackeys were appointed to the Railroad Rates Commission, so they could be sure that all the railroad rates that were set were advantageous to them, and that they could make sure that they got the rates that they want. And that was called agency capture. It is a renowned phenomenon. It's written about constantly in administrative law. There's a whole field of economics that studies it. And what happened here is that agency capture or regulatory capture was brought to bear on the Supreme Court. And it has now turned into, in essence, a captive body that does this bidding. And the number that I'm referring to is the amount that was spent on that court capture operation. People who do really good research have dug into this, and at this point, more research will make the number bigger, certainly, but at this point, it looks like about $600 million, million with an M, was spent on the court capture operation. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money if you're defending a $770 billion annual subsidy that lets you pollute for free when you shouldn't be allowed to do that and nobody else is allowed to do that. Protecting that $700 billion for $600 million is probably the most lucrative investment the fossil fuel industry has ever made. And if you pile up the years since the Clean Power Plan was stopped, that was in 2016, now it's 2026, so 10 years, that subsidy number has grown over the years as the International Monetary Fund has done a more and more detailed and better job of figuring out all the added harms, and as the harms are piling up. So if you look at 10 years, it's not 7.7 trillion. It's probably a number closer to $6 trillion. But think about that. What the Supreme Court did in this one decision by breaking all of its own rules and looking only at the fossil fuel industry's harm is to set loose $6 trillion worth of harm over the next 10 years that all of us have had to pay for in health, in harm, and lost property values, and increased insurance, in a myriad of different ways. $6 trillion, call it, over those 10 years. That makes $600 million to capture the court that made that decision an amazing payback, but a really, really dangerous payback for the American public. I'll conclude by saying that whether you look at this as an aspect of the scheme to capture the court, or whether you look at it as an aspect of the endless fossil fuel pollution that is causing us to need to wake up before it's too late, either way you look at it, the rot runs deep around fossil fuel, and it seems to have infected the court right over there. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, it has been 13 months to the day since the House first passed Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. 290 days since it was signed into law. The largest cut to health care in American history. $1 trillion slashed for families, children, seniors, our most vulnerable. Billions taken away from hungry families. Millions of Americans pushed closer to poverty, closer to financial ruin. Rising costs, and for what? To pay for tax cuts for the richest Americans, to give big corporations another leg up, and to give ICE and CBP a budget so astronomical it rivals the military budget of many industrialized nations. For the average American, it's been 290 days of lost opportunities and less affordable health care, of harder conversations at the kitchen table, of more sleepless nights worrying about how to get by, of more skipped meals, more doctor visits postponed. Week upon week of American families hoping against hope that this president and this Congress might recognize the difficulty that they're facing, the struggle they're enduring, the central promise that this president is breaking. Day one of Donald Trump's final term is long past, but the prices, much to the contrary of what he promised, have not dropped. His first 100 days are now 15 months ago, and still inflation persists. Indeed, it is worse. 290 days into the lifespan of President's supposed signature legislative achievement, this big ugly bill, and life for so many Americans is not bigger, and it is not more beautiful. At gas stations across America, the reality of Donald Trump's America is clear. At grocery stores from California to the Capitol, that reality is hitting people in their pocketbooks. And we're not on the right track either. An illegal war in Iran that has neither a clear goal nor an end game, that has pushed prices higher, that has rocked markets on a daily basis, and made the summer road trip that so many families were looking forward to the latest victim of Trump's economy. A misguided tariff agenda that's been struck down by the highest court. But now this administration will only take steps to return the billions in illegal duties it levied to the corporations that charged them, not the Americans who paid them. This body recognizes the immense strain that our constituents are under. I know it does. because people are making their discontent loudly known at the ballot box and at public fora all over the country, in red states and in blue states alike. We know. I can assure each and every one of you watching that members of Congress understand the American dream is slipping out of reach. We know that you are worried about making ends meet. We understand that you're agonizing over whether you can keep your business afloat or what opportunities will be there for your kids. We have heard your stories. We understand the dread you feel as you near the first of the month, the fear that is all too real when you open the mailbox, unsure of what surprise bill will arrive and tip your family into bankruptcy. The terrible math you must use to decide which dose of medicine or which meal you could afford to skip just to keep the lights on. This is the reality for so many Americans, and we understand that. It might be, worse if you could just accuse the Congress of being in the dark, if we were somehow blind, rather than a majority of this body willfully turning a blind eye to the struggles of regular people. But as I stand here recounting to you the myriad ways in which the past year of Trump's America has gotten harder, a reality that you live every day, Republicans are getting ready to act on their next big budget resolution, not to help drive down costs, not to address the healthcare crisis, not to do something to help. No. Their grand plan to address our nation's challenges is asking the American taxpayer to give even more money out of their pocket, out of their bank account, to ICE and Border Patrol agents. An out-of-control police force that has killed Americans and terrorized our streets. And they want more money for CBP and ICE without even a modicum of reform. Now, how is that supposed to help your life? And the short answer is, it isn't. There is nothing in this bill to make your health care, your energy, or your housing more affordable. Nothing. So if there's no money, no billions in this bill to improve the quality of your life, just what are my colleagues proposing to spend these billions on? And it is this, on agencies that have shot and killed American citizens in our streets, in broad daylight, on video, for exercising their constitutionally protected right to free speech. The agents that have broken into homes, refused to show their faces or their badges, and taken children from their parents. This run-amok force that has defied court orders, detained citizens and people with lawful status, denied them basic medical treatment, which has resulted in an unprecedented number of deaths in immigration custody, and denied their constitutional rights. ICE and CBP get $140 billion in this bill after getting close to $170 billion less than a year ago, for a whopping total of $340 billion. I'm sorry, but that's an insane amount of money. That's more than we give to the Marine Corps and the FBI and the DEA and all the other federal law enforcement agencies combined. So if you take the money for the Marine Corps, one of our incredible military services, and you add it to the money for law enforcement agencies like the FBI and the DEA and the ATF, and you add it all together, it isn't a fraction of what we're giving to just these two pieces of immigration enforcement. That's what they get. That's what these agencies get. $340 billion. And you get nothing. You get not a dime. After putting more than $3 trillion on the nation's credit card to give tax breaks to the rich and to give these agencies the funding to arm themselves to the teeth After taking your healthcare dollars and plowing them into heavily armed and ill-trained ICE agents, they want to put even more money into what is becoming Trump's private army. A Gallup poll released last month found that about 1 in 3 adults, U.S. adults, the equivalent of about 82 million people, reported having made at least one daily life trade-off in the past year to pay for healthcare expenses. That's 39 million Americans stretching a prescription longer than the doctor recommended. It's 38 million Americans going into debt to pay a medical bill. It's 28 million Americans skipping a meal. 1 in nearly every 10 Americans reporting the cutback on utilities or on the amount they're driving. And that was even before gas prices spiked, thanks to Trump's Iran war, with no solution in sight. And we see these impacts playing out across the country in real time. Month after month, week after week, hospitals are shutting down, clinics are closing, workers are laid off, services are canceled, and families are paying more out of pocket and going without the care they need. Earlier this year, a hospital in Oakland, California, announced plans to lay off 300 medical staff because it is projected to lose more than $100 million a year thanks to the big ugly bill. Another hospital in Santa Rosa, California, had to shutter its pediatric unit. Corona, California, lost its labor and delivery unit. Clinics in Madera and Fresno had to lay off staff. There are so many of these stories. And thanks to the $1 trillion Medicaid cut forced by Republicans in their last budget. And where layoffs or service cuts were not enough to balance the budget, a worse fate awaited these healthcare providers. Clinics in Compton, Gilroy, Santa Cruz, San Mateo, and South San Francisco all closed their doors thanks to Donald Trump. Thousands of Californians, all now without a place to go for medical care. That's if they can afford care at all. Our insurance marketplace in California saw a 30% decline in enrollment as premiums spiked to sometimes double what they were paying for their health care before the big ugly bill. But health care, let's face it, it is not the Republican priority. This is something they're not willing to fund. This is not something in this bill. Instead, we are asked to fund immigration agencies that have already seen their budgets explode and their accountability erased by this administration. For months, Democrats have sought on behalf of the families and communities terrorized by ICE to enact basic guardrails, reforms, and oversight of their conduct, to mandate they wear body cameras and clear identification, just like any other law enforcement agency, to stop the use of excessive and deadly force, and to guarantee that when they do, there is accountability in the form of truly independent investigations, to mandate the use of judicial warrants so that when they're going to someone's home, as the Constitution requires, they have a judicial warrant, to stop racial profiling and the targeting of schools and churches. All this for a reason. So we don't have more tragic victims like Alex Preddy or Renee Good, or the people who have died in detention centers like Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz or Gabriel Garcia Aviles, a list that is already far too long. Now, bear in mind these reforms that I've mentioned are all wildly popular with the American people. And we have worked in good faith to try to secure these very basic guardrails, saying clearly that until these common sense measures can be implemented, we would vote not for one more dime for these agencies that have taken lawless instructions from the likes of Stephen Miller and Greg Bovino. But the administration and my Republican colleagues don't want to solve the problem of excessive use of force by ICE and CBP. They don't want the accountability. They don't want the reform. And so they will use this budget and reconciliation process to bypass the need for changes to how ICE and CBP operate, to jam more money through without Democratic support, and to advance a budget that contains literally not a single dime for health care, hospitals, food and groceries, energy bills, nothing but more money for ICE and CBP. And the terrible tragedy is that we in this chamber, we here, could meet this challenging moment in our nation when people cannot afford the cost of living. We could meet that need with a budget that would help people in need. John F. Kennedy, on his first day of office, stood on the west steps of the Capitol and said, "If a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich." For every day of Donald Trump's second term, he has sought only to save the rich, to help those that already have so much, to line pockets that are already so deep. And in doing so, he has revealed his campaign rhetoric to be just that, just words. My Republican colleagues may see this as a convenient way to avoid our demands for accountability. But the American people will see this as a failed opportunity for the GOP as it squanders perhaps the last chance in the 119th Congress to act meaningfully on making America affordable again. They attempt to sell the big ugly bill, and it has failed. The American people were not fooled. Neither will they be fooled now, because the billions wasted and the millions hurt will not go unnoticed. There will be an accounting, if not now, then in November. And the American people's rejection of this president's agenda will be big. And in its own way, it will be beautiful. It will certainly be necessary. If we are ever to make this economy work for people again, we must reject more money for lawless agents in favor of more money for health care for the American people. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, if you look anywhere across the country right now, what you'll see more than anything else is working families, countless Americans struggling just to get by, struggling with skyrocketing prices at the pump, struggling with rising costs of health care premiums, struggling to afford groceries, their prescriptions, to pay their rent or their mortgage. Many struggling just to keep the lights on at home. You would think that the Republican majority would recognize that and dedicate time on this floor of the Senate, prioritize a discussion and proposals to bring down costs for working families. But no, instead, we're focusing once again on immigration, and specifically whether or not to give even more money to ICE and CBP. So I think it's important for us to lay out to the American people why we are in this position. See, Republicans created this mess last year when they passed their one big anything but beautiful bill. But rather than fix that mess through common sense reforms, as we have suggested, their solution is to throw even more money at these agencies that have been acting for a year now with little regard to the rule of law. To dump $140 billion to the same out-of-control immigration agencies that have created chaos in American communities for the past year. The very same ICE and CBP that Republicans already gave $140 billion to last year. That's over 7 times ICE's typical annual funding and more than 4 times the typical annual appropriation for CBP. That was last year. And what did they do with that money? Before we entertain, should we give them even more? Let's see what they did. They went on a so-called defend the homeland hiring spree. They brought on unqualified recruits who were deployed into communities across the country with clearly insufficient training. Let me lay it out. Let me break it down for us. In just 6 months, ICE doubled its number of agents from 10,000 to over 22,000, more than doubled. And the only way to reach those numbers is to cut a bunch of corners and to lower standards. And so that's what they did. They dropped the minimum age for ICE officers to just 18 years old. And they reduced the required training to 47 days. 47 days. Let me put that figure into context. To be a DC Metropolitan Police officer here in the streets of our nation's capital, it takes 28 weeks of training. Basic training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center is 12 weeks. The Los Angeles Police Department, where I'm from, that takes 6 months of training before you are on the job. But to be an ICE officer, just 47 days, and then you're given a gun and a badge and you're deployed into the field. We've seen the record that DHS has rushed applicants through a very sloppy vetting process. It's led to the hiring of numerous officers with questionable backgrounds, clearly unfit to do these jobs. We've also seen reports that about a third of the recruits at the ICE Training Academy failed what's considered a relatively easy physical test. And a number of others were sent home because they failed a written exam, which, by the way, a written exam in which they could use textbooks and notes, but they still failed. Here's a quote from an article by the Associated Press that really shines light on what's happening with this ICE hiring spree. Quote, 2 bankruptcies and 6 law enforcement jobs in 3 years. Description of one applicant, one officer. Here's another. An allegation of lying in a police report to justify a felony charge against an innocent woman. An incident that led to a $75,000 settlement and criticism of his integrity. How's that for a description of a nice officer? A third job candidate once failed to graduate from a police academy, then lasted only 3 weeks in his only job as a police officer. Their common bond? All were hired recently by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement during an unprecedented hiring spree after the agency received a $75 billion windfall from Congress. End quote. Don't take my word for it, colleagues. Actual reporting. So let's, again, assess where we are. Republicans gave ICE and CBP $140 billion, and the Trump administration used it to hire people with questionable qualifications, questionable histories, questionable temperaments, and questionable ability to do the job. And you're going to tell me you're surprised by the chaos and the violence that we've witnessed unfolding in the streets across America this last year? If you're hiring all these unqualified people, encouraging them to act with impunity, you throw out the rule books and the training manual and assure that there's little or no oversight and accountability, it's entirely predictable that chaos will ensue. And especially when they're led from the top by people who regularly dehumanize others, whose goal is to inflict pain and cruelty on immigrants and refugees as deterrence. It's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing agents knocking down doors to homes without a judicial warrant, in violation of the law. We're seeing cars being driven off the road, their windows smashed in, their occupants literally dragged out through broken windows, and some, like Marimar Martinez, shot multiple times. We're seeing indiscriminate raids sweeping up hardworking people who are just trying to provide a better life for their family, including legal immigrants, Mr. President, with work authorizations. We're seeing American citizens hurt simply for exercising their First Amendment rights, like 21-year-old Caden Rumler, who permanently lost his vision in one eye after being shot by an agent at close range. And of course, we all saw, the whole country saw, the whole world saw 2 United States citizens, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, killed by federal agents on camera in broad daylight. So yes, Democrats are demanding common sense reforms to address this outrageous behavior. You should be too. And the common sense reforms we're talking about are nothing other than policies that state and local law enforcement officers across the country already have to abide by. Instead, Republicans continue to refuse. And that is why we're here today. Because as Democrats, we refuse to give a single dollar more to an out-of-control, unaccountable agency. We are demanding oversight. We are demanding these common sense reforms, not just to protect people's rights, but to protect people's lives. Instead, what our Republican colleagues want to do, they want to hand over another $140 billion of taxpayer money, even though, by the way, for the fiscally responsible ones of you, the Congressional Budget Office says that ICE and CBP still have $103 billion in unspent funds from last year's bill. That's right. ICE is sitting on $63.2 billion of its funding from last year's bill. That's 84% of the funding from last year. And CBP is still sitting on $40 billion, 62% of its funding from last year's bill. So what are we even doing here? They have a ton of money left over from last year's bill. They haven't even spent it, can't spend it fast enough, and you want to give them more. You'd rather give them more when they don't need it than negotiate necessary changes to these agencies. That's outrageous. And this comes at a time when President Trump says, oh, we don't have enough money to help people with daycare. We don't have enough money for Medicare and Medicaid. We have to cut those programs. But clearly, he and you all believe we have enough money to give another $140 billion to these ICE agencies. By the way, that's on top of the $1 billion a day that we're spending in this unauthorized war in Iran. Colleagues, if we're going to use this budget reconciliation process for anything right now, we ought to be using it to help working families afford the basics. Let's use it to help bring down healthcare costs. Let's help bring down gas prices. Let's bring down the cost of food and housing and utilities. That would be worthy of our time. Not this sham. Not this sham. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. Are we in a quorum call? Nope. Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. President, we're going to start reconciliation. I think we all know what that means. That's Latin for a long night. But why are we here? We're here to make sure that the Department of Homeland Security, the ICE Division, and Border Patrol are funded. Now, why are we here? Our Democratic colleagues have refused to provide funding for the Border Patrol and ICE at a time of great threat to our country. So what are we doing? We're trying to use the reconciliation process to get money to secure the border and not shut down enforcement of our immigration laws. Our friends on the other side sat on the sideline and watch Joe Biden administration allow 11 to 15 million illegal immigrants come into this country in a 4-year period. We've been dealing with that mess ever since we've been in charge. ICE, count me in for reforming ICE. We tried to have some reforms, but you refused. You refused to give $1 to ICE because, in your view, ICE is the problem. I think the illegal immigration invasion that was allowed by Joe Biden and condoned by you is the problem. It's not the ICE agents that are the problem. It's the millions of people who came here illegally, and only God knows who they are and exactly where they're at. So we're not going to stop trying to enforce immigration law. We have to. We're trying to clean up a mess, a national security threat. Let me be really clear. 22, 23, and 24, we had a tremendous spike of people that came into the country under Biden on the terrorist watch list. We don't know where all these people are at. It went from like nothing to a bunch. Everybody in the world was told if you can get to the American border, you're home free. Good guy, good gal, bad guy, they came. They came by the millions. One reason they came is because there's a policy called sanctuary cities. It's really sanctuary states. There are about 15 states that refuse to enforce federal immigration law. There are cities that will not turn over an illegal immigrant to the federal government for deportation when they're eligible to be deported. It's creating chaos. 10,000 criminals released by sanctuary policies who went on to be arrested for additional crimes. $9 billion in fraud stolen by Somali immigrants in Minnesota alone. 59% of legal immigrant households on government welfare programs, costing taxpayers $42 billion a year. These sanctuary cities create a magnet. People all over the world believe if you can get to one of these cities or states, you'll never get deported. Why? Because the people running those cities and those states refuse to turn illegal immigrants over to the federal government. Laws that were established long before Donald Trump became president of the United States. And some of these people they refuse to turn over are dangerous, very dangerous. Abdul Jallah comes in illegally in 2012, 30 arrests, including rape, malicious wounding, and assault. ICE submits a formal detainer to deport Jallah. The request is blocked by the Virginia attorney for Fairfax County, a source-backed prosecutor and defender of sanctuary cities who ignores the detainer. May 2025, he's arrested one more time for stabbing an individual leg, but he's released again. February 2026, Jelani brutally murders Stephanie Nicole Minter. Look at this. If that doesn't disgust you, something's wrong. This is disgusting. This is what happens when you have sanctuary policy. This is what happens when people fail to enforce federal law. The Virginia attorney for Fairfax County refused to work with the federal government. This guy stayed out. May, he commits a crime, stabs a guy in the leg. And February 2026, he brutally murders Stephanie Minter. that happens all the time. Way too much. Last week in Spartanburg, South Carolina, 2 boys were killed by an illegal immigrant in a drunk driving car crash. He was a getaway. He came across the border and he literally got away. He was able to take advantage of lawless open borders to enter the U.S. undetected. The victims were 12-year-old Darren James Robinson and 9-year-old Mikhail Lee Smith, killed by somebody who shouldn't have been here to begin with, illegal drunk driver. April 2025, University of South Carolina student was killed in a hit-and-run crash by an illegal alien. The illegal alien, Fernandez Cruz, a native of El Salvador, illegally crossed the U.S.-Mexican border at an unknown date, but was arrested in the Border Patrol in Hidalgo, Texas on December 24, 2016. He was released the next day, which I guess was Christmas, and issued a notice to appear as DHS initiated removal proceedings. The victim was 21-year-old Nathaniel Baker. They had him and let him go. March 2025, a mother of 2 is murdered in Rock Hill by a group of 6 illegal immigrants. This heinous crime was committed by a gang of 6 illegal aliens in a random robbery attempt that ended deadly. The victim was Cheryl Thompson, 40 years old, mother of 2. On and on and on. I can read you too many of these things. Laken Riley, young lady killed in Georgia. The man was detained at the border. Her killer, Jose Abrera, and was released because they had no bed space in 2022. Went to New York, found his way back to Georgia, and killed this young lady. He was loose because of lack of detention space. All I can tell you is that what are we trying to do to make sure this never happens again? It happens over and over and over. So we're here tonight to do something Democrats won't let us to do that must be done. $70 billion will be allocated to fully fund the Border Patrol and fully fund ICE through the entire term of President Trump's second term for 3.5 years. One and done. I wish we could do more, but we're going to do for 3.5 years. We're going to give DHS, the Border Patrol, and ICE the money to pay their people and to conduct operations to make sure what I described never happens again. Why are we here? We passed everything in the appropriation bill in a bipartisan manner except this. Our Democratic friends wanted to pick a fight about this. No money for the Border Patrol, no money for ICE. No reforms of ICE, just no money. We're not going to let that stand, Mr. President. We're going to fix that. So Republicans, starting today, and hopefully by the 1st of June, will create a process so that we can get the money that ICE and the Border Patrol needs to keep your family safe, to enforce illegal immigration violations, ICE, to have money and people on the border at a time when terrorism is through the roof. We're having to do this through reconciliation because the appropriations process failed only here. These are the 2 accounts we couldn't get money for. It says a lot about the state of play where our Democratic colleagues are. In their world, not paying the Border Patrol seems to be an acceptable outcome. Really? With terrorism rampant all over the world, a war with the largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, heated up and fully running? Really? ICE, we had reforms, but you said no to the reforms, you said no money at all. Putting these people out of business really is dangerous when you have millions of people still in this country legally. So tonight, we're going to start the process to pass a budget resolution that will instruct 2 committees, Homeland Security and Judiciary, to report back to us a reconciliation bill that will be $70 billion of spending that will allow the Border Patrol and ICE to be fully funded through the rest of President Trump's term so we can be safe and I am sad that we're having to do this, but you gave us no choice. The day that you said no to funding the Border Patrol and the day you wanted to put ICE out of business is the day that, as the budget chairman, I and my colleagues acted. We're not going to let this happen. We can fix this with Republican votes, and we will. Every Democrat has opposed money for the Border Patrol and ICE at a time of great peril, and we're going to fix that. And it starts tonight, and in the coming weeks, we're going to get it done, Mr. President. We're going to make sure that the federal government honors its obligation to protect the American people. And there's no bigger responsibility of the federal government than to secure our own border, to enforce our laws that have been on the books for decades. This is the primary job of the federal government. We'll be talking about everything but this over the coming days, tonight and into the future. This needs to be done. And I'm not saying other things don't need to be done, but this has to be done. It will be done. We're going to get this right. We're going to fully fund for 3.5 years the Border Patrol so they have money they need to pay their people to protect us. And we're going to continue to enforce our immigration law by fully funding ICE. We're going to do that. We're not going to fail. We cannot fail. The world is too dangerous to fail. So to my Democratic colleagues, you've taken a path that blows my mind in this regard. Don't you see the same world we do? Reform makes sense. We had reforms. You threw them over because I guess the hardest of the heart on your side insists not one dime for the Border Patrol, not one dime for ICE. The American people are not where you're at. And I hope the American people will understand tonight that we, the Republicans, fixed this problem, and we couldn't find a partner on the other side. Sad but true. We're going to succeed. We're going to fix this problem. Working with the Trump administration, we're going to secure that border. It's the most secure I've ever seen it in my life. What President Trump has done is amazing. We're not going backwards. What the Democrats want us to do is not fund ICE, not fund the Border Patrol, to go back to the policies that reigned during the Biden years. We're not going back to the Biden years. We're going forward. With that, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S-4378, a bill to combat fraud in federal programs and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 685 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 685, designating April 22, 2026 as National Assistive Technology Awareness Day.
Is there an objection? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 686, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 686, recognizing the significance of Community College Month in April and so forth.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Madeline Shirley, Mina Sean Farr, and John Bratton on the Budget Committee and minority staff be granted floor privileges during consideration of S. Con Res 33.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, we are here tonight because our Republican colleagues have introduced a budget resolution. It is a budget resolution that unlocks the reconciliation process. But before we examine this next reconciliation bill, let's recognize that it's been just 10 months since we passed the last one. That was the one that was known as H.R. 1, or in Trump lingo, One Big Beautiful Bill. Of course, most of the nation called it One Big Ugly Betrayal, because that was a more accurate describer of what it did to families across our nation. It slashed $1 trillion from health care programs, $1 trillion from health care programs for families. It kicked 15 million Americans off health insurance. That certainly doesn't help American families. It took food off the plates of more than 3 million families with kids. You know, kids can't really do well in school if they're hungry. Making them deliberately hungry? What were you thinking? What were you thinking in destroying health care by $1 trillion for 15 million Americans, taking food off the plates of 3 million families with kids? And to do it, to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Wow. That's all about government by and for the powerful. But you know why I love this country? Because it's all about government by and for the people. That's the vision our nation was founded on. That's the beauty of a democratic republic. But what did we get last year? We got the opposite. We got the opposite, the type of policy that comes out of a strongman state, the type of policy that comes out when the powerful exercise tyranny over the people, the type of tyranny our founders revolted against when they created our nation. That's what we saw 10 months ago. Families lose, and billionaires won. And that's not all that bill did. It also gave $65 billion to Customs and Border Protection and $75 billion to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. And that amount of money was about 7 times a normal annual appropriation. We can see here in this chart, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, all less than $10 billion. 2025, and there we are. So much more. The annual appropriation plus this extra for ICE of an additional $75 billion. And anyone looking at that chart goes, wow, they already pre-funded for multiple years ICE. They did exactly the same thing for Customs and Border Protection, CBP. So we heard a few moments ago from my colleague at the head of the Budget Committee that ICE is out of money. Oh, really? Not true. That CBP is out of money. Not true. In fact, the President's Office of Management and Budget puts out a monthly report, so go look it up yourself. They're sitting on $103 billion of unobligated funds. So they already have funds for this year and next year and the year after. So the entire premise of this bill is completely false. Completely false. They don't need more money. What they do need is reforms about their conduct across America, because they have been terrorizing our communities across our country, because this administration said, no longer will you use the standard practices of ordinary enforcement that have been the standard in our republic and democratic republics across the land. Instead, we are going to start violating those standards. We're going to put on face masks. We're going to rip the ID off the uniform so you can't tell who we are. We're going to use vans that have no label on them, and we're going to sometimes even strip the license plate off in order to disguise who we are. Not because we're undercover, but because we don't want people to be able to say, can you believe what happened when those CBP agents came to town or those ICE agents came to town? Hard to say that when they're not identified. But those standards exist because there's accountability to the citizen of the country. Again, government by and for the people, not by and for the powerful. There's things called civil rights that this administration has forgotten about. They proceeded to say, we don't need warrants to break into people's homes. Are you kidding me? Every sixth grader in America has heard about the Bill of Rights and that we have the sanctity of our homes and the government can't break in without a warrant. But this majority party, led by Trump, said, yes, you can. Forget the Bill of Rights. Forget the Fourth Amendment. And then, when we detain people, you have another right, and that's to contact a lawyer. But we're going to detain you and not let you contact a lawyer. We're going to detain you and not let you contact family. And when family says, where did my family member go that you all swept off the street? We're going to say, we don't know, we moved them, we don't know where. That is not conduct acceptable in a democratic republic with a constitution and a Bill of Rights. Well, since ICE and CBP have already been pre-funded, since they're sitting on $103 billion of unobligated funds, what's this all about? It's about the majority saying, we want to drive home the point that we are just fine with the way ICE is conducting themselves. We're so fine that we won't reform any of those violations of civil rights or constitutional rights in order to have a normal budget process regarding CBP or regarding ICE. Well, if we're going to have a special reconciliation process when ICE and CBP have already been pre-funded, how about we actually address issues that America cares about? Because that extra money isn't going to help at the border because they're already funded. It isn't going to help improve security because they're already funded. But you know what's not adequately funded? Health care is not adequately funded. There isn't a dime in this bill for health care. That's important to the American people. There's not a dime in this bill to help with the rising grocery prices that have gone up under Trump's stewardship. A whole lot of it impacted by his tariffs, which were in themselves unconstitutional. Not a dime in this bill to address the gas prices, which are over $5 a gallon in my state, and diesel's over $6 a gallon. Go talk to a farmer across America and see if they're happy. And ask yourselves, if we're doing a special budget process, why not address some help to our farmers who are impacted not just by the high cost of diesel for their tractors, they're being extraordinarily impacted by the tariffs as well. Why not help them? Why not reduce the debt? This bill increases the debt it's unpaid for, just like the Republican war in Afghanistan was unpaid for. The Republican war in Iraq going after non-existent weapons of mass destruction was unpaid for. launched wars that undermined our security and cost the American Treasury $8 trillion of debt because they wouldn't pay for it. And now that debt is coming home to roost. And it means more interest payments, and it means paying higher interest. It means less money for those fundamentals for families, like health care and housing and education, the foundations for families to thrive. So there's not a dime for working families, not a dime to improve affordability, not a dime to reduce a deficit or the debt. But there is, in this bill, the instructions to two committees to spend up to $70 billion apiece. Now, my colleague clarified that they're not really going to ask for $140 billion, but more likely $70 billion. Okay, well, $70 billion, that's a lot of money. What could $70 billion buy for America's families? Well, it could, for every year for 3 years, pay the entire salary of 330,000 teachers across America. Wow, what an impact that would have on classroom size in our nation. Real investment in our children for the next generation. Or that same $70 billion could hire 200,000 police officers every year for 3 years. What an investment in public safety for communities across this nation. Or we've been watching the dream of homeownership die. Back in 2020, the median age for buying a first home was about 33 years of age. 6 years later, the median age for buying a home, 40 years. In 5 years, the median age has gone up 7 years because nobody's able to buy a home in America, in part because private equity is buying up all the houses and driving up the prices, and because our economy for the rich billionaires is not providing the type of wages for middle-class America it provided before. So how about down payment assistance to help people become homeowners? That same $70 billion, that would provide 7 million American families with a $10,000 down payment grant to help them become a homeowner. So 330,000 teachers a year for 3 years, 200,000 police officers a year for 3 years, 7 million families getting a $10,000 down payment grant. I make these examples to point out how large this sum is and how much need there is in America for us actually to invest in families. Not tax breaks for billionaires, but in families, in housing, in health care, in public safety, in education. That bill 10 months ago, that bill was families lose, billionaires win. Families lost health care, they lost nutrition, billionaires got massive tax breaks, and to help fund those tax breaks for the billionaires, their bill added, get this, $30 trillion to the national debt over the next 30 years. And if interest rates are 1% higher than the interest rate used in the Congressional Budget Office's model, it's $50 trillion in additional debt over the next 30 years. So bankrupting America, failing to invest in families, going through this charade for two organizations that are already sitting on $103 billion and obviously pre-funded, that is not about building a better America. That is about families lose and billionaires win. That's about undermining the future for the next generation rather than building a better future for the next generation. There is a better vision for America than families lose and billionaires win. It's families thrive. And billionaires, they pay their fair share. Families thrive, billionaires pay their fair share. Investing in education helps families thrive. Investing in health care helps families thrive. Investing in housing and home ownership helps families thrive. Investing in infrastructure helps build the physical infrastructure for the next generation. But this bill says hell with all of that. We're going to instead create this false story about unfunded agencies that are already sitting on $103 billion. Let's reject this vision that is designed for families lose and billionaires win, and instead adopt the vision of families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. Thank you.
I note the absence
Senator
of
from
quorum.
Oregon.
I note the absence of quorum. Thank you.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Senator from Louisiana.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I suggest that we, or I ask rather, that we come out of the quorum call.
Without objection.
All right. Mr. President, I want to spend a few minutes telling you about why I held the vote-a-rama tonight on reconciliation. Our leader is going to make it to heaven a lot quicker than I am. He's got the patience of Job. My Democratic friends, and they are my friends, I don't hate anybody, agreed to a budget for the Department of Homeland Security as part of our normal budgetary process. They changed their mind, as is their right. But it caused the Department of Homeland Security to be shut down. And it hurt a lot of people, needlessly. Didn't hurt us. Didn't hurt us. We're still getting paid. We're still going home, but it hurt a lot of people. And our leader decided that he was going to negotiate with my friend, the minority leader, Schumer. And Senator Schumer was going to meet us halfway and figure out a way to get the agency open. He and my Democratic colleagues did agree to open everything but ICE, and I believe border security. They will never agree to fund ICE. Never. Not in your natural lifetime, not in mine. They won't do it. My friend Senator Schumer did the right thing last March when we were shut down. He agreed to release some of his members to let us open government back up. The loon wing of his party, that's what I call it. If you disagree with me, you can tell me why. Beat him bloody. They hit him so hard now, when they hit him, they're just working on scar tissue for doing the right thing. Now, I don't consider all of my Democratic friends to believe in defunding ICE. The people in control do. They know it, I know it, we know it. They will never vote to fund ICE. This is the same group of people that wanted to defund the police. And we know how that vampire movie turned out. Now, they will deny it, and that is their right. But it's the truth, and everybody in this body knows that. But nonetheless, our leader said we can work it out. That we didn't work it out. They never agreed to fund ICE, and they never will. Now, about, I don't know, time runs together up here when you're having fun. A month ago, 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, we started talking about reconciliation and doing it without Democratic votes, even though the Democrats would be welcome to join us. I want to give full credit. Ted Cruz, I believe, was the first one to do it. I was second. And Ted went first only because he beat me to it, but also because Ted pointed out in President Trump's first term that we shouldn't leave efforts to do reconciliation on the table. He was right then, he's right now. The leader said, okay, finally, after doing everything he could, except standing on one leg and barking like a dog. Could we have order in the Senate, please? Could we ask conversation to be taken
Conversation should be
floor?
taken off the floor.
Senator Thune did everything but stand on one leg and bark like a dog to get Chuck to agree. It was his right. Chuck wouldn't agree. And for all I know, John did stand on one leg and bark like a dog. It didn't work, so we finally said, okay, let's do reconciliation. Now, once we started talking about reconciliation, which Senator Cruz and I and others pushed, I said I wanted to try to use, well, I said first, I refuse to believe that Democrats in the Senate and the House cannot adult hard enough to come up with a couple of issues that we can agree to do in addition to funding ICE and Border Security in reconciliation. Didn't believe that then, and I don't believe that now. Some people said I'm naive, maybe so, but I still believe it. And I still think we ought to try. Why? Because there's not going to be a third reconciliation bill. I'm not saying anybody's lying. They're not. People probably intend to do a third reconciliation bill. But you're not looking at Bambi's baby brother here. There won't be a third reconciliation bill. You know it, Mr. President, and I know it. This is it. This is the last train leaving the station. Maybe we'll do some other bills, I don't know. I'm labor, that's not management, that's above my pay grade. But this will be the last one where we can add stuff to it. And I'd like to see us come up with one or two issues that will help the American people with the cost of living and other things that I know Republicans can agree to, and my Democratic friends like Senator Durbin, who we're going to miss, and I mean that, are welcome to come aboard if they want to. One of the things I also said I wanted to try to do in reconciliation was the SAVE Act. Here's what I want to do. And I'm willing for all of us to put our heads together to figure out how to do it. The American people no longer have confidence in our elections. You can debate whether that's justified or not, but it's just a natural fact. I think that we can restore confidence in our federal elections if we do three things. If we come up with a way to make sure that everybody who is registered to vote is an American citizen. I think we can restore confidence in our elections if, number two, we pass a rule for federal elections that says you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote. And number three, I would like to see us, I consider this part of the Save America Act, but it's not traditionally part. I think we ought to go back to having an election day and not an election month. I know some votes come in late, I get that. We're smart enough to figure out a way to accommodate that. But this election month stuff is just undermining the people's confidence, both Democrats, Republicans, and independents. That's what I mean when I say the SAVE Act. And I said I'm going to try to put the SAVE Act on the reconciliation bill. And I want to keep my word. Where I come from, your word is your bond. Now, Senator Thune, our leader, came to me earlier, and so did Whip Barrasso, and said, some senators want to do the vote-a-rama tonight. and they got to get home for various reasons. And I've been there. And if you insist on going tomorrow, because frankly I'm worried about the health of some of our members. Not that they're in bad health, but it's hard to stay up all night. It was hard to stay up all night when I did it in college. I was studying, of course. But anyway, I said, no, I'd rather go tomorrow, and I'm going to object. And John explained to me, and others did, that, well, the majority wants to go. So I said, okay, I'll pull my hold. I didn't realize then, this is my fault. I thought everybody knew I wanted to offer amendments. I didn't realize then that there was a way procedurally for me to be blocked from offering my amendments. That's my fault. I just didn't know the rules. You want me to talk again about how rules, Tony? I won't get off on that tangent. Did I mention they were put together by a heroin addict with a socket wrench? If I didn't, that's how I feel about our rules. But anyway, that was my fault. So I called Senator Thune back, and I called Senator Barrasso back and said, guys, my bad, I was ignorant. I'm renewing my hold because y'all have the right to block me from offering amendments, but I have the right to exercise my procedural rights and start this thing tomorrow and leave more time to debate. And I'll apologize to every one of my colleagues. I've been there. I'm sorry. But I'll tell them I'm sorry. So I put together my amendments. I've got 5 of them. And I showed them to Senator Graham and Senator Barrasso and Senator Thune. I just left their office. So if what we talked about leaked, I'm not going to leak it. You know it was one of those 3. They promised me they wouldn't leak it. Here's what I want to offer. And they can stop me, but I can stop us from voting tonight, which is going to hurt some of my colleagues, and I don't like to do that. I think that we should instruct the appropriate committee. I'll get into it if you want to. It's the banking committee. To come up with a bill to prevent medical debt from being reported to the credit rating agencies and ruin the credit of all these people who are too poor to be sick, including middle-class Americans, because their credit gets screwed up and it makes them harder to get the money to pay off the debt. Now, the hospitals and others, they're foaming at the mouth right now and having a grand mal seizure. But I'm sorry. That's a way to affect the cost of living in America that every mom and dad's worried about at night. I wanted to do that. Still want to do that. I wanted to instruct the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to provide that before the United States of America agrees with the United Kingdom to give away our military base in Diego Garcia, that 2/3 of the members of the United States Senate have to vote to do that. What Prime Minister Starmer is doing right now is deep dish stupid. He says he's going to stop, but he may be back. I wanted to offer an amendment to instruct the Finance Committee to put together a bill that would eliminate federal income taxes and state income taxes if our colleagues would go on with it for our poll workers. They don't make but $50 or something. Why do we make them pay taxes? To allow the American people to buy insurance across state lines. Now, the insurance commissioners are having grand mal seizures too, but we ought to talk about it. The bill would also increase the minimum distribution age of required minimum distributions from retirement accounts to 76. Right now it's 75, and you got to take it and they tax the living bejesus out of you. Some people need it, others don't. I was going to ask the Finance Committee to come up with a bill to allow every American who suffered a casualty loss to be able to deduct it below the line on their income taxes. That'll help with affordability. I wanted to ask them to put together a bill so that when you sell your home, I think you get a $500,000 of the sale is subject to capital gains. I'm sorry, I'm kind of tired. I may be wrong on that. But anyway, you get a special tax break. Hell, we set that limit in 1997. I'd like them to talk about increasing it. If they think the Finance Committee thinks it's a bad idea to increase it, I would like to ask them to at least index that figure, that special treatment to inflation. And I have some other things, but we've got a good Finance Committee, and they could come up with a bill that will help us, help our people deal with the cost of living. Because if you think that the American people, moms and dads, when they lie down to sleep at night and can't, are not worried about cost of living, you will never own your own home. Everybody here knows that. I have another amendment to instruct the Senate Rules Committee to put together a bill that tracks my rule that I can't get brought to the floor, so I'm going to turn it into a bill to withhold pay from senators during a shutdown. They can get their money back after shutdown's over. And I know that hurts some senators more than others, because some of them have houses that are bigger than Costco's. I get that. I'm not one of them. But we have a lot of people at the TSA and other people in DHS that have various levels of income and wealth. And so it just seems to me there ought to be some shared sacrifice. And I have another amendment I have another amendment that would, I'm sorry to take so long, Mr. President. I think my Democratic friends, God, I hope I'm wrong, but I think my Democratic friends are going to shut down government right before the midterms. I hope I'm wrong. And if I am, please make me wrong. I will come to this floor and apologize to every one of them by name if I need to. But I'm scared they're going to shut down government and create chaos. And so my other amendment would be to instruct the Senate Committee on Homeland Security, which already has been instructed, it's germane, to take Senator Lankford's Prevent Government Shutdowns Act, which is S-2721, and Senator Ron Johnson's Shutdown Fairness Act, which is Senate 3012. You won't find two smarter people in the Congress than James Lankford and Ron Johnson. To marry those bills. So we'll be ready in case anybody tries to do a shutdown on us. And I'm sorry to just pick on my Democratic friends. Hell, we got some Republicans that could try to shut it down too. That's been known to happen. So, but anyway, it'll stop whatever knobhead wants to shut down government before the elections. This would stop it. And that's one of the things I wanted to do in my amendments. And finally, I have an amendment to implement my version of the SAVE Act. You got to prove you're an American citizen. This would instruct the Rules Committee. Prove you're an American citizen. Prove you are who you say you are to vote. and let's go back to having an election day and not an election month. I got a lot of confidence in the Rules Committee. They're really smart Republicans, really smart Democrats. They can do it, and I want to instruct them to do it. Now, they can stop me, but I can stop us from voting tonight. But I don't want to do that. It's going to hurt some of my colleagues. And I was going to stop us from voting tonight to try to prove my point. Because what you allow is what will continue around here. It is. I'm pulling my objection, except for my right to offer the SAVE Act. And if you don't want my version of the Save America Act, and if you don't want to vote for it, don't. All I ask of you is to think about it, to trust our Rules Committee, to follow your heart, but take your brain with you. Because the American people, both Democrats and Republicans and independents, are questioning our elections. This isn't about any one person. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But I'm telling you, whoever loses in the next round of elections, if we go back to an election month, they're going to go, we got stolen. It's got to stop. That's only happens in a country whose Powerball jackpot is 287 chickens and a goat. That's not America, and we can stop it with this act. But anyway, that's where I am, so I appreciate your patience, Mr. President. I'm going to release my hold. I've been told I'll be able to offer the SAVE Act. Do whatever the hell you want on it. Vote for it, vote against it. Just follow your heart, take your brain with you. Give the Rules Committee a chance. And that's where I am. My work here is done. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, let me be very clear. Democrats are ready. Republicans wanted this vote-a-rama. Republicans picked this fight. If Republicans want to slog this out on the floor, so be it. But imagine, America, this is what the Republicans are fighting for: to maintain two unchecked rogue agencies that are dreaded in all corners of this country instead of reducing your health care costs, your housing costs, your grocery costs, your gas costs. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? When America is crying out for real relief on the skyrocketing cost of living, Republicans are spending another $140 billion on Trump's private militia, on these two rogue agencies that have no restraint, and ignoring people's real needs. If you ever wanted to know what a bubble these Republican senators are in, look right here. Look right here. Tying the Senate in a knot, holding back, moving forward, all so they can fund, with no restraint, agencies that have been discredited widely in America. Are you Republicans kidding us? Are you kidding the American people? That's your priority? Not lowering costs, but billions for ICE. Not helping families, billions for masked agents. While America is forking up $4 a gallon at the pump, while families are set back thousands more a year because of inflation. Where the heck are you? Where the heck are you? Republicans think the best thing to do right now is cut another $140 billion check for unaccountable rogue agents. Democrats are ready to go. We'll go to bat for the American people anytime, any place, against anyone. America will see even more clearly tonight where the Republicans are, not on the side of lowering costs, but on the side of masked agents occupying our streets. Where the heck are you? America is crying out for relief from high costs, and you're here adding $140 billion to an agency that nobody, to two groups, Border Patrol and ICE, that nobody respects in this country. On a whole series of amendments now, we are going to contrast where we are, we Democrats, and where the Republicans are. The Republicans will either side with the American people on high costs or bow to Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and tell the American people, take a hike. We don't give a damn about you. This will be a reconciliation of contrasts. The contrasts are stark. They are damning. Republicans are bending the knee to Donald Trump and to Stephen Miller. Democrats are standing up for the American people. Republicans are fighting with each other because they know the box they're in. All kinds of dissension. But you brought it on yourselves and have no one else to blame. So Democrats are united and strong, focused like a laser on reducing costs. This will be a reconciliation of reckoning for Senate Republicans who will continue to pay the price for their actions tonight. This reconciliation, or this budget act, will show who's on whose side. And clearly, if Republicans vote against our amendments, they're not on the side of the American people. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, in my prior remarks, in one respect, they were not exactly a model of clarity. So I want to be clear. I don't want to do anything to hurt the reconciliation bill. I like my amendments that I talked about. I don't know whether they'd pass. If they don't pass, I'll tell you how I'll sleep tonight with a fan on, because I think they're good amendments. But I'm going to pull them down except for the SAVE Act, because I don't want to do anything to keep ICE and Border Patrol from being funded. And I'm pulling them down. I think Lindsey could stop me anyway. He says he doesn't know how, but remember when I said Thune is going straight to heaven? Lindsey's going to have to be persuasive. But I know he can stop me. But rather than make him do that, and if it gets on jeopardizing this resolution, I'm going to pull them all down with the SAVE Act. I'm coming with the SAVE Act. Do what you want. Follow your heart. Take your brain with you. If you don't vote for it, that's cool. I'm still going to sleep with the fan on and sleep well. I would appreciate it if you consider voting for it. Have a little confidence in our Rules Committee. I haven't met a dummy yet who's on the Rules Committee. And I'm done. What am I supposed to do now, Tuck? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. Well, I'm not on the Rules Committee, so it deals with the dummy thing. I ask unanimous consent that there be up to 10 minutes for debate equally divided prior to any amendment offered by Senator Kennedy.
Without objection.
I yield back all debate time on the Republican side.
Time is yielded back. Senator from Oregon.
It's time to get this show on the road. So I yield back all remaining time on the Democratic side.
All time is yielded back. The Minority Leader.
I call up my amendment 4799 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer proposes an amendment number 4799.
There are 2 minutes equally divided on this amendment.
Mr. President.
The Minority Leader.
Well, Mr. President, Republicans say they want to lower health care costs. Well, here's a chance. Here's a chance for you. A chance for Republicans to join Senate Democrats to start doing something about it once and for all. Tonight, with the very first amendment of the evening, I'm offering Republicans an exceedingly simple option. We should not consider any reconciliation bill that does not lower out-of-pocket health care costs for the American people. Republicans slashed $1 trillion from our health care system as part of their big, ugly bill. Since then, premiums have soared by thousands of dollars a month for millions of people. Prescription drugs are up by 600%. Out-of-pocket costs have gone up for people with Medicare, Medicaid, ACA. And instead of pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into ICE and Border Patrol, Republicans should be working with Democrats to lower out-of-pocket costs. Republicans, listen to the American people. They're crying out for you to lower their health care costs, not play these ridiculous games by adding so much more to ICE and CPB. So Republicans, listen to the American people, say no to billions more for unrestrained rogue agents, and say yes to lower premiums, lower health care costs.
Senator's time has
healthier
expired.
families. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, to the Democratic leader, the Republicans are working to reduce health care costs and lower premiums. But this amendment is not in order. Creation of such a point of order is outside the jurisdiction of the Budget Committee and is therefore not appropriate for inclusion in a budget resolution. Adopting this amendment would jeopardize the privilege of the budget resolution and lose our ability to use reconciliation to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. Therefore, under the provisions of Section 305B3 or B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I raise a point of order that the amendment offered is not germane.
The Minority Leader.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions. I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget points of order for the purpose of the pending measure, and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks. Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Schatz, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Crapo, Curtis, Graham, Kennedy, Moreno, Murkowski. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Yes. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Rono, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Miss Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Van Hollen,
Of the CBA.
aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Yeah, I think it's Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Miss Ernst, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, No. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Slotkin,
Hardly recognize him.
aye. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Fetterman. Aye. Mr. Booker. Aye. Mr. McCormick. No. Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Cassidy. No. Mr. Sheehy. No. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 50. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails. Can we have order in the chamber, please? We have order in the chamber, please.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the remaining amendment votes related to ESCON Res 33 be 10 minutes in length.
Without objection. Senator from New Mexico.
Amendment 4798 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, proposes an amendment numbered 4798.
Mr. President,
There are now 2 minutes of debate on each side.
Mr. President, allowing our friends, family, and neighbors to go hungry in the United States of America is a policy decision, a choice made by Donald Trump at a time when food prices are at an all-time high. Fuel prices are up because of President Trump's reckless war in Iran, and tariffs have increased the cost of living across the board. American families are being squeezed all across America, and this resolution before us today does nothing to fix this. Instead of working to address the affordability crisis and help Americans across the country struggling to afford their bills, what have Republicans done? Cut $187 billion from the best tool America has to address hunger. 41.2 million Americans rely on SNAP to put food on their family's table, and 40% of recipients are kids. It's critical that Congress reverse these cuts. I urge my colleagues to join me in that mission and simply vote yes on this amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to amendment number 4798. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague from New Mexico regarding grocery costs and recent changes to the SNAP program. The Working Families Tax Cuts took a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move towards self-reliance through work and training. This amendment is not germane to the budget resolution in violation of the Congressional Budget Act. I therefore raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolution, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget points of order for the purpose of the pending measure. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thank you. Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Did he say no? Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. I did, thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. No, I didn't. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. That's all right. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Ernst, no.